the attention of that person. So I will try. If I greet you in your own language, please respond in your language. Or if When I said nda, I just said ladies only. I didn't say nda big. I just said nda. Let's try it. Namaste. Zhao Shang Hao. I tried. Welcome to everybody here. My name is Pina Hasitsepe, and I am Kimusimani wa Motswana, wa Mokwena, Kimutlokwa. I'm sorry about that. Kimutlokwa. I will be your driver today, and I'll be driving this train that we call Chuchumakhala. Chuchumakhala means the steam train, and we know what the steam train does. Enjoy the ride. It is my great privilege and pleasure to drive this train. Welcome on board. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, researchers, academics, students, and all other participants who are here. This Multilingual Pedagogies Symposium, Innovation in Teaching, Learning, and Research, Reimagining Education through Multilingual Pedagogies. It is not just a celebration, but a celebration of the richest of languages, cultures, knowledge system, and innovative educational practices. Throughout the day, you will experience inspiring world-class keynote addresses, presentation, multilingual showcases, reflections from international experts, and we are aiming at exploring how multilingual pedagogies can transform teaching, learning, and research for a more inclusive future. I encourage you to participate actively, listen actively and attentively, and engage courageously, because the conversations we begin today have the potential to shape the future of education tomorrow and forever. Welcome, and let us embark in this exciting journey together. And I believe they will flash, or you have the program with you. And without waste of much time, I am going to call our madam, our gogo, our rakhadi in the DTSFL, Professor Machano, just to come and say a word of welcome. Prof, over to you. Multimedia will come and assist.
How are you? Long time.
Dumelang bagaetsho. Dumelang bagaetsho. Abosheni bakaino. Lochani Mandebele gate. Which Mandebele? Lochani Mandebele. Bamletlani plus Bamahlangu. Thank you so much. Sanbonani. Molweni. Khuyemore. This morning, if you are a South African, is a proud moment. Halala bafana bafana halala. Yes. Yes. So today, to be a South African, you know, I wish we can all get those jerseys free of charge. If we can just write to the VC and say, hey, we have won. Thank you so much. Without any waste of time, as they've already introduced me, my name is Moya Khabo, a person who is going to her home. Thank you. I was looking at the sign language. How do I go to my home? Thank you so much. In this Department of Tuition, Support and Facilitation of Learning, we are excited to welcome all the guests, but I am not the person who will be welcoming them. It will be my line manager, the Vice Principal Teaching and Learning, Dr. Chibase. But I am so happy that we are able to call UK and come and celebrate with us in our language symposium. On behalf of the principal who's not here, due to the graduations and other university imperatives and the top management, I'm happy to see all levels of management here. I saw the executive deans, I saw the executive directors, I saw directors, I saw CODs, I saw the academics, the support departments that are gathered here. You will be officially be welcomed by our vice principal. We are excited. Just tell the person next to you, you look so nice because Bafana has won. Even the UK person, we are telling her that she looks so nice because Bafana has won. Yes, thank you so much. We love this University of South Africa, which is the mother of all universities in the continent. As we are celebrating our 153 years as a university offering higher education, we know that many leaders pass through this institution, and we are also trying to transform the space. As I've just flighted on the screen, our operational plan of Teaching and Learning 2026. In 1.6 Objective 1, it says transform the curriculum content by ensuring that 100% of newly developed and redeveloped modules are integrated with diverse indigenous knowledge systems. This is the University of the Land that is doing that. And as Unisa is trying to implement this objective, we are looking also at the Department of Tuition, Support and Facilitation of Learning. What are we doing? We have a number of directorates in this department that are implementing what the operational plan is saying. In Objective 1.1, where we enhance student success, we are trying also to bring in language as a transformative element in teaching and learning. How do we do that? As this is the instructional support and services where the Center of Continuous Professional Development is training academics. We are also trying to bring in an element of language. Who is doing that? The Directorate of Language Services is saying, don't only teach in a monolingual way, but also use the transformative element of translanguaging. Hence, we have our Professor Makalela, who was invited by Dr. Mnaring to come and say, come and do translanguaging. I'm proud to announce that since this project started last year, we have seen milestones through this exercise. And as we are also transforming the modules, Dr. Govenda, who's leading curriculum development and transformation, is also making sure that we infuse an indigenous elements in all modules. I think this year there will be 312, if not mistaken. Those modules, they must show elements of transformation. And as the academics are being trained on translanguaging, we know that we are not doing something which is wrong, but we are implementing the language policy or the multilingual language policy of the university, and also following what the Department of Higher Education and Education is saying regarding transformation, and also the national imperatives. We are proud to say in language services, the sense-making pedagogies have really carved a path which is showing that the university is moving in the right direction of transformation. And this week I'm at the conference in Boksburg of Siyapumelela We Succeed, where we enhance student support activities across the landscape of South Africa, and we also have people from the US. In that symposium, we are also looking at how are the students catered for? Where are the voices of the students as we try to transform the landscape of higher education? I'm very proud to say that on the 19th of May, our vice principal was also here, Dr. Chivase. We had a showcase exercise of translanguaging, where we were looking at how each college is showcasing what they are doing in translanguaging, bringing other languages in the teaching and learning space. The College of Law came here, demonstrated confidently so how in one module, I think it's Dr. Mohammed, who is teaching the law of damages. And when the person says damages, already from the African perspective, we were thinking, what is damage? If there's a damage, it means somebody impregnated your daughter without marriage. So already indigenous language knowledge is coming into the space. And Dr. Razia showed us how they are transforming that module. And what was excellent, the pass rates in the assignments have already shown, or they are indicating the difference between 2026 and 2025. 2025, when they were monolingual using English only, it was not so clear. But this year, because they are using all languages in the law of damages, then they understand damage. Yeah, that damage is because you destroyed or you did this. Now they are passing better. Hence, translanguaging is bringing a change, and we see an upward trajectory in the assignments. Sedu came with the ethics of care, Botu, that as we teach our students, we mustn't just see them as numbers, because Unisa, we excel with numbers. I think this year we are close to 400,000 students. So the enrollment, we must also make sure that each and every student's language is recognized. Right now we are focusing on South Africa, but I think in less than 10 years, we must have reached the entire continent. Kiswahili must be on board also, because we are not only a South African university, but we must look at ourselves as a global university. So the ethics of care, we really appreciated what they do through language to reach out to the multitudes of students in the College of Education. College of Accounting Sciences, who said money doesn't need language. I cannot just come to you and do this. and do this or say ching ching. What is ching ching? There must be language in it. So the College of Accounting Sciences demonstrated the value added text, how it is simplified in a classroom context using diverse South African languages. And Economic and Management Sciences said, yes, we hear you. You are speaking about 11 languages. What about sign language? That was so profound to say sign language must also come on board. And we really enjoyed that session. And sign language used in translanguaging. How do we do that? So as the champions are being trained, we believe that as they go back to their colleges, that is going to be phenomenal. Then College of Human Sciences came with I think it was from the Department of Art, Music, and design, something like that. Levels of iconography. We were seeing photos, but the lecturer who was demonstrating that showed us that with the images in any situation, language is coming in to also show how students explain and analyze the images. We understood what she was coming from, from the point where she was coming from. Then College of Agriculture, Environmental Sciences, they came with clothing and textile, looking at how language can be used. The lecturer who was explaining this explained the importance of language, especially when they teach the module of modern versus the traditional or the old apparel. So we really enjoyed that session. Then science, engineering, and technology. The module was statistics, and the lecturer demonstrated how he first started by translating the study guides, the tutorial letters in all language, I think 4 or 5 languages. And then from there now, it is coming into the teaching, the pedagogy, because we're talking here sense-making pedagogy. So that day, it was so excellent. Then I will just quote the reflections that were demonstrated there. That what did these translanguaging do? One, it reshaped my approach in teaching and learning. These are the thoughts that came from the module participants. The other one, meaningful learning take place. The other one, students learn best when they feel seen, when they are heard, when they are included. So inclusion plays a critical role in translanguaging, and also student must feel that you see me as a Xhosa speaking, or as a isiZulu or Sepedi speaking, or Setswana. Then confidence is also inculcated. We have a DBE, Deputy Director here, who is going also to tell us how the young ones' confidence is destroyed, because we start by teaching them, good morning, Gogo. She doesn't hear Sezulu or Setswana. But the mother is a Tswana speaking. The mother is a Xhosa speaking. But if you are not knowing your identity, you lose it. You lose it. So the language in which you are born into gives you the identity. It positions you. Your feet, both feet, are rooted on the ground. Then I will understand myself, even though I'm married to the Tswana, but the Pedi blood is still running in me. I can speak Setswana, but the Pedi blood is speaking in me. When I cry, I won't cry in Setswana, I'll cry in Sepedi. Yo, mawe, yo, bandria. Why? The who you are will always surface. The who you are can never be suppressed. So our children are dying because we don't give them their identity. So let's give them the who they are before we introduce them to the foreign language. Confidence. Focus shifts from memorization to genuine understanding. Indeed, all the subjects that we learned, first we memorized because the language was too far. But when we talk sense-making pedagogies, we are also speaking access to making meaning, to the epistemic access which is necessary in the field of education. Lastly, translanguaging supports deeper sense-making and engagement. With this introductory part that I've just brought from the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning and the Directorate Language Services, we are saying, as the University of South Africa, we are trying to transform. We have already made some steps, although we are not yet there. But today, in the Language Symposium, I believe that from all levels, even up to the student body, we will be able to say, what is it that we need to do to enhance our pedagogies? What is it that we need to enhance our pass rates and failure rates? What is it that we need in language so that we are able to excel as the institution of higher learning? I'm now going to call our acting vice principal, Dr. Azundini Christopher Chivase, who is the vice principal teaching and learning, community engagement, and student support here at the University of South Africa. He previously served as executive director of academic planning. He holds a PhD in policy development and implementation from the University of Pretoria, along with additional qualifications in education, management, and online learning. Dr. Chivase has presented at numerous education conferences internationally, visiting countries across Europe, North America, and the Middle East. His career includes 6 years of teaching learners with special educational needs and senior roles at several South African universities and public institutions. At Unisa, he leads the program qualification mix and contributes to curriculum transformation, digital learning, and strategic planning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as our vice principal ascends the podium.
Dumelang. Dumelang. We can do better, more especially after Bafana. Unless if you are still dozed off because you watched the match at 3 o'clock this morning. Thanks so much, Kialebocha Memahano, for the introduction, and also just to we welcome all of you at Unisa. Can we give ourselves an applause to say, we are here, you know? You'll see and realize that it's a very, very busy week, this one. Prof. Mahano just came out of Siapumelela conference, and this week, myself and Prof. Siputa have been managing the graduations. 3 sessions a day. No. 3 sessions a day, and we ended up saying, Prof. Siputa, you'll do 2 per day, and then I'll do 1 on Monday, and then on Tuesday I do 2, and then he does 1. Yesterday the same, even today I'm still going to go for a session. So it's a very, very busy time. Let me recognize and also stand on the protocol that has been established. DDG, welcome. I think our relationship with your department is a long one, and we appreciate that the tripartite relationship is working very well, because we report to DHEAD, but this year, after our international conference, we signed a memorandum of understanding with DBE, and it's working very well, which I think for us as Unisa, we are saying, instead of getting divided on, say, who belongs to where, we can really have an integrated approach, which I think can help us and assist us in going to the right direction. Dr. Munaring, each time you talk of multilingual, multi-translation and so whatever, you know, I always say you traumatize me. Traumatize possible in a positive way. Some years ago when I decided to study, I went to University of Pretoria. And when I got into the first class of about 100 students, the first question was to say, how many of you can talk English? We put our hands up, we were few. And then how many of you can talk Afrikaans? Almost 80% in the class. And then the lecturer said, oh, this means now this class will be conducted in Afrikaans. Yes, yes. And I attended that class for 2 years. It was a postgraduate degree for 2 years, every day listening to Afrikaans. However, the element that made the difference was that we were allowed to write answer in English, but the classes were done in Afrikaans. So, which means that it means after every class, we had to go and sit at the corner as a group of black students and translate whatever was done in class. And then from there, you went into to find material that could relate to the topic, you know, so it was traumatic. As if that was not enough, I decided to go to University of Johannesburg to register for a master's in multilingual and multiculturalism. Almost the same experience. It was only Prof. Mahan is your institution, UJ. You know? When we got into the library, 90% of the material were in Afrikaans. So which meant you had to read from Afrikaans, translate into English, and then make cognitive meaning out of that. But I think just to welcome the DDG, Professor Makala, we really, really appreciate that you are here to share with us some of these things. I was recently addressing a seminar and I said, you know, unfortunately, at times in the public education space, more especially in higher education, you know, we always jump into competition, you know, instead of supporting each other. And we don't share the best practice in many, many instances, you know, which I think is a difference that we need to say, I think as you are here, you know, what is it that you are doing and what is it that we can supplement or learn from each other. Tate Munaring, yeah, your issues, you know, we are very, very excited. DDG, you'll remember some of us when we were exposed to the issues of languages, more especially in DHET, we'll remember the late Professor Mkhize, you know, who was very, very passionate about changing the scenario of the higher education space, more especially drafting the 2017 policy on what is it that higher education must do with multilingualism. And out of that, I think as Unisa, we're making our strides, and we need really, really to push further. A day before, I was with Prof. Ndangamandla, just saying to him, what is the progress, you know, around these monies and these funds that we got from DHET, you know, around the language matters at this institution. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you, you know. Prof. Kunong, we got work cut out for us. You know, a week ago I was talking with our monitoring and evaluation team, and they were saying it looks as if we are not doing enough in terms of translanguaging, in terms of transformation. But I argued, you know, I never allowed, because I said, no, we are doing, maybe it's just an issue of reporting. You know, because for me, I think the task team that we are about to establish really, really need to deepen some of these issues that we talk about every day in this institution. And I think with collaboration amongst ourselves, we need to be really be able to get to where we want to. But we also appreciate Ntate Monareng to say, we are not just talking about the language issues maybe in South Africa or in the global south. And hence we welcome our guest speaker and guest presentation. Prof, you are welcome. We hope you will share with us all those experiences and we can learn from them. We really need to learn. But also you are coming at a critical point where this institution is. 2 weeks back we received news that from Department of Higher Education and Training that number one, Unisa, we are number one in terms of producing the doctoral students out of all the universities in this country. So we have taken the first spot, And in terms of the research output, out of all the universities in this country, we took position number 2, And it's not a small feat to achieve, More especially when we say when I'm addressing the graduates, I'm always saying to them, one of the things I think that survives us, that makes us to be relevant, is that we teach what we research and we research what we teach. We don't just say we are teaching and just go all over the show, And I think that we need also to really strengthen to say, what is it that we can teach around multilingualism, around translanguaging, And I think if we do that, then we will be very, very clear to say, this is what we need to teach. Yes, Prof. Mahano, is good that we are saying these modules must do translation, language, and so forth, And I think that must also be supported by, let's go deeper and research that, And of course, we know, I'm not sure amongst us, how many of us are bilingual, All of us who can only speak 2 languages. Only 2 languages. Anyone 3 languages? You speak more. How many of us speak more than 3 languages? Good. I'm happy. But how often do we use these languages? Daily. Because for me, I think at times we theorize this concept that the language that we have, we'll only speak it when we are within some spaces. Prof. Mahano, at times I get, maybe disturbed and get very bored, more especially to the younger generation. If you go to shopping complexes, shops, you find all of us, hey, how are you? And ke Motswana, ke Movenda. I can't even talk with my kids in my mother tongue, and it creates a problem. When I visit my grandmother in Venda, my kids can't talk with my mother. And you get, where is the sense of belonging and the sense of meaning for me as a person? But I think these are the issues that we need to debate on and also get deeper in. And at the end of the day, in Ntate Monareng, we need to really have a plan that this is what we are going to do. DHET has given a bit of funds, of money, that we can do some of these aspects. I was very, very impressed with the vets language thing that they are trying very hard. But Prof. Mahano, this morning you were saying at Siapumelela, you were sort of being excluded, which I think must also be something that we get into. Colleagues, let me conclude by saying we are going to invite you. Yesterday I was in discussion with the Council on Higher Education. They want to revise some of these policies, more especially policies that also relates to language teaching and also the language that we use in our in all these different qualifications, you know. And I emphasize that we must also have the engagement with all our students, you know, so that we can just make a gauge to say where they are and how comfortable they are in terms of getting and working through multilingualism. And Prof. Mahan, we are very, very hip. Let's encourage the colleges, you know, these colleges that have shown us what they are doing, you know, to say maybe let's stretch it further so that at the end of the day, we may have almost equal balance of saying we are a multilingual institution and we feel very, very comfortable on that. You know, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this meeting and also to this engagement. We are looking to the positive outcome, but let it not be an accident. Let's continue to discuss these issues because these issues matter. I always say language matters. Thank you so much. And myself, Prof. Mahano, and possible the DDG, at one stage we may leave you. I need to officiate the graduation. But can we give ourselves a round of applause to say we are home, we've been welcomed to this University of the Land. Thank you so much.
Ulebo, board vice principal. I tried under there. Right. Thank you very much, our father, Dr. Chivase. And we, as Unisans, are encouraged. And I believe that we have picked one or two, not only for academia, but also for our personal family lifestyle, where we need to start promoting languages right from our homes. You know, we are, in most cases, happy about that our children can speak English and forgetting that we are not English-speaking people. And we do not live in the cities only. We have families in the deep rural, and our children cannot communicate with those. So I think we should start there, and it will make it easy for the DBE to pursue the language matter. And when they get to the higher levels, our children are multilingual. We don't need to ask how many can speak 2 languages. Thank you very much. I am going to invite Rangwane Mpho Monaring, the host, who's going to take us through Unisa multilingual language policy implementation through translanguaging pedagogy. And we are pleased to have you here, sir, and arranging this kind of a reminder to every one of us that before we can try the Western languages, we are Africans. You can come through.
Dumelang. Thorelang. Ke tshwere ke flu voice ya ka ka tlhao e fatshe ke tla leka go ijeka. I've got a bit of a touch of a flu. I'll try to up my voice a little bit. The best thing to start with is to start by showing off. I think I look cute. Thank you, all protocol observed, and thank you for your presence. My name is Rakwena Mpho Monaring. Rakwena means, loosely translated in English, means the father of crocodile. In the African sense and the true sense of the word, because it's attached to my totem, the RA is a prefix, masculine prefix. Kwena is the crocodile. But if you put them together in totemic ideation, it means the essence of crocodile. My surname is Monareng. Nari is a buffalo. Mo is a prefix for Motu, which means a person. So it means a person who is a buffalo. So I'm here in two levels, a buffalo and a crocodile. I'm really happy that all of us are here, and I'm really happy that we are basically going to honor our languages. We at the University of South Africa have got a language policy. 12 languages we're focusing on. The policy inculcates that we need to place our languages as language of learning and teaching, of running the university business. We're trying to implement that. The Directorate Language Services is mainly the organ of the institution when it comes to implementing the language policy. We're doing that across the university. We looked at various things on what we're doing, translation, editing, and then we have got the chief one, which is multilingual language policy implementation. We created a niche area, looking at what the entire university business is doing when it comes to learning and teaching, and decided through the advice of the VP, the advice of the ED, the advice of everybody within the university, we decided that we need to get into the space of meaning making. We looked at the kind of report saying that our little souls are unable to read in South Africa. 80% of them are not able to read for meaning. Meaning for what? Why do we set people to fail and tell them that they are not good at reading? How do we brag and become so braggadering in our approach, thinking that whilst we are accusing our little souls that they are not doing well, whilst we are teaching them wrongly, whilst we are not approving and giving them the groundwork for the little souls to make sense in the way that they live, express in their language, express in the kind of idioms around them, trying to make sense of what life is all about. When you ask the little souls in the classroom, you're teaching them, you're inculcating a monolithic approach and inculcating one way of seeing things, one language, you basically are putting off the ability to make sense quite well. We felt that this is the niche area that we need to work on. Hence, we came up with the concept and even the idea of let's engage the teaching staff and the researching staff members to tell them that you are in South Africa, you are in a multilingual context, you can't teach in a European fashion. It's unthinking to do that. We're basically scoring an own goal to our own self. It's unthinking. So the key point is let's open ways, different way of thinking. The repertoire that the little souls bring into the classroom are critical for them to make meaning. Before they got into a classroom, the little souls were making meaning using different languages. When they come to the classroom, what do? We tell them you can't make meaning the way you've been doing. We are going to teach you. And when we teach them in a monolithic approach. So the idea of putting this program together is to assist the teaching staff and the learning staff to teach this, to incorporate the translanguaging approach as a meaning-making process. So, in short, we are involving academics, training them, giving them the theory of translanguaging. Well, we start broadly from the fact of, let's talk about languages, multilingualism. Let's think about literacy. What is literacy? Let's place literacy within the element of multilingualism. Let's think about critical literacy. Let's place literacy within the context of multilingual and multicultural context. Let's pick up a methodology that speaks to that so that the little souls, when they go out to go and teach, if they are going to be teachers, they will be able to inculcate the very sense, and there is going to be alignment between what we produce and what they are going to be serving in the community. That's basically what we're doing. So we are engaging the colleagues from all the colleges at university. We've taken them through a progress, giving them through the theory, they practiced, and then we last month, on the 19th of May, we called them and said, this is an investment that the university has done. We call the institutional management to come and observe the progress they demonstrated how translanguages is inculcated in their space. Some have been doing it for a while, and some have registered some kind of progress when it comes to their students' cognition, the students' ability to progress academically. They're still going to do that. So we train them, we're happy with them. Today is the culmination of that training. We have got selected another pair or another trio that is going to do the presentation to show how we've moved further. We want to tell the world, the continent, the region, and the country that we at Unisa are the first to inculcate translanguaging as the method of sense-making approach. I'm saying this because it's a strong statement, Bukosimolo. Rakgadi Magano, I'm saying this because it is the important aspect. We are the first. Can you clap on this? You don't wait for somebody to tell you that you're good. You need to tell yourself first. Yeah. And then when they tell you, it lands, it sits in you. Then as you walk, you don't walk briskly in a braggadiering manner. You walk with a sense of pride from both sides. That's what we're doing. And today, VP, it's not only these people that are here that are listening to us. We are trending. Lots of them. The universities in South Africa wanted to come and see Rakgadi Clyde. She knows what I mean when I say Rakgadi Clyde. I've explained to her yesterday and even today. They want to hear what Rakgadi Clyde is going to give us today. They also wanted to hear Rakgadi Ophelia Gathia. It is a record-breaking moment for Unisa that we managed to get her to speak with us. You don't get her anywhere. Her schedule is very tight. She's the number one when it comes to translanguages in the world. Which is why our sister universities, most of them are joining us on teams, and they're training with us. In here, we've got the University of Pretoria, our sister university is here also. Physically, they're here. So others are listening to Nelson Mandela, UJ, and all others. They are with us as I speak here. They're listening to me. So, colleagues, this is the biggest moment. We are making a stride. We're going to lead this as a country, as a university, the country, and we're going to move forward. So we have managed to get 68 champions that we have trained. So the 68 we have trained, they are coming from different faculty, colleges. The training is going to be like this. They are going to assist us to train other colleagues in the very same schools so that we can spread translanguaging, sense-making pedagogy across the university. So out of the teams that the team that we have got of 68, we are going to add to the list, which is why today they're going to be certificated for having completed the training that we've given them. So we're really happy. And the critical point is that we've got 44, under the VP, 44 modules that have been given to us to implement sense-making pedagogy in the form of translanguaging. I know it is a kind of a big cut to chew. It's a big cut to chew, but we'll see how we're going forward because we do this thing as per our policy, incrementally, hoping that by 2030, this institution will be a pioneer in the world when it comes to translanguaging pedagogy. So I've got another task that I need to do. Ke jeje ko mo mnaren ke mpiti ke ba kwena ke la gasa le lo ke modimo wango ja metsi ka sa re shubare a intse boloko ka moka e shia bya go leta mogodu gore sketle ya lo make mala rena le Rakgadi who is going to speak here. So my function is to, one of the tasks that I need to complete with is to introduce her to ourselves. Okay. Rakgadi Naledi Mehana is the is a distinguished sociolinguistics and leading voice in the field of African languages, especially bilingual science education, multilingualism, language policy in South Africa. With over 26 years of academic community-based research experience, she has dedicated a career to advancing the visibility, intellectualization, and equitable use of African languages in education, public life, and in the economy. Currently, she is serving as a Deputy Director General in the Department of Basic Education. Dr. Mbude Mihana specializes in sociolinguistic dynamics of multilingual society with particular focus on the intersection of languages, identity, power, and social justice in education. Her groundbreaking work explores how language ideology shapes educational outcomes, particularly for learners with historically marginalized community. She presents extensively in local and regional and particularly international platform on language and education, challenging the history of marginalization of African languages pre and post-apartheid South Africa. Dr. Mehana has played a pivotal role in shaping national language policy, contributing to the Department of Basic Education's mother tongue-based bilingual education strategy. She sits on the panel of advisory of the CHC review on ITE standard related to multilingualism, having established the Eastern Cape Department of Education's language unit, a first in the country in 2012. She has the DBE language unit in line with OOLA 2012. The National Language Unit lead public education campaign on multilingual pedagogy and the MTBBE as a vehicle to widen epistemic access. She cautions on African languages just being used as a medium versus being used as a meaning-making system. Her thesis is that there is a difference between the two. As a medium, a language is mostly a channel of instruction, transmission, or classroom delivery. For meaning-making, the language is a tool for reasoning, discussion, concept building, academic expression. She believes that the different matters as if African languages only uses as medium of instruction. Lesson can still stay teacher-centered and superficial with little deep understanding. If African languages are used for meaning-making, learners can connect new ideas to what they already know, which improves comprehension by literacy. Meaning-making use also support intellectualization of African languages because the language grows through the use in higher order thinking. This, she says, is central to the learning, teaching, and assessment of mathematics and science. Part of the challenges we have with the low outcome in foundation phase is the use of African language just as a medium. She coined the term mother tongue-based reading literacy for the DBE's reading literacy. Her work has been recognized nationally and internationally. She was invited by UNESCO twice in 2025 to accompany the Minister of Basic Education to present on South Africa's MTBBE implementation on the International Mother Language Day celebration, and to present her work of leveraging AI to develop African languages with Professor Vukosi Marivati of University of Pretoria and Professor Langa Kumalo of Sadila at the Digital Learning Week in the UNESCO headquarters in Paris, France. Dr. Mehana is committed to decolonizing education through language justice. Rakgadi Mehana. Meteleng matsogo. Molweni.
Good morning, everyone. I sound horsey today because I'm not well. I'm asthmatic. And I just came here because I did not want to disappoint Unisa. I appreciate the work that's ongoing. And I've been bullied by Professor Makalela as well. So that's why I'm here. My name is Naledi. Ndingunkwenkwezi yamampondomise igama lam. Ndingundlalisa ematyeni. Ndingumafa evuka njengesithunzela. Ndingujukuju umthondo ungawusi mntwini. Ndile mpondomise ndingujola ndiliqamkazi. I want to thank the organizers, Professor Monere, and the entire community of Unisa for inviting the DBE to this symposium. You'll see on the first slide that mother tongue education is explained as a pedagogy, a transformative pedagogy to widen epistemic access to meaning making for all learners in the system. The title of the symposium is Reimagining Education through Multilingual Pedagogies, Advancing Inclusive Teaching, Learning and Research. And I think Unisa is on the path to try to be at the center of that transformative change. And we'll just see how far you have been in trying to meet the goal that you have embarked, the trajectory that you have set yourselves on. What is very important about critiquing pedagogies is the fact that it gives us a very unique opportunity. It allows us to rethink what counts as knowledge, whose languages are valued, whose knowledge is valued, and how students are actually prepared for life beyond the university. It is a very unique opportunity for us to examine what holds certain students back and what enables other students to continue. I always say education makes or breaks students. And unfortunately, we'll see in the following slides which students don't make it, which color they are, and which class they belong to. We stand at a very important moment in South Africa because we must choose our battles. We have been caught up in the reading wars that are coming from Europe and the UK and the US. And unfortunately, in South Africa, we have not started even our own architecture. We are just caught up in these wars that were never ours to begin with. And unfortunately, that has implications for the schooling sector, and the DBE in particular has been a recipient of these reading wars that are happening, that have been happening for decades in developed countries. We cannot afford that luxury because our crisis is structural. The language mismatches between teachers and learners, between what comes from school and what must go home, and what comes from home that is never valued at school, are actually our problems. Inequality, weak access to texts that are aligned or not aligned to the meaning-making logic of African languages. Then all these lead to poor comprehension outcomes, and they all intersect to this one child. So our task is not just to choose slogans or any nice-sounding methodologies, but it is for us to build teachers who can teach language and literacy well in multilingual, unequal, real-world classrooms. So before we get ourselves into which science is it that must be used, we have a bigger role to first dismantle and build a system that is aligned to how children make meaning. It is important for us to just reflect and look at what the core truth is. And the core truth is that South Africa's education system has never been fully designed in the languages most children speak and think in, unfortunately. Unisa trains between 40 to 50% of our teachers. So Unisa must be the engine room of mother tongue-based bilingual education and mother tongue-based reading literacy. Unisa can't be a spectator. We can't see your articles and your journals that continue the status quo. because we have a unique problem. And if this university does not understand what that problem is, you will simply just be producing more and not necessarily teachers who can manage those classrooms. So it is a policy moment, because the DBE's MTBBE strategy is creating space for African languages as full languages of teaching, of learning, and assessment beyond just grade 3. We don't even get it right up to grade 3 because we don't train the teachers that are coming from this institution and other institutions to teach in the mother tongue. So the graduates that come from universities sink or swim long after the fees have been paid for these universities. And what we do, we shift the blame to teachers, we shift the blame to learners, we shift the blame to parents. We must then accept that there's a structural problem to be fixed. The mother tongue-based bilingual education strategy has 3 engines. And the policy train is moving because there was a time when universities blamed the DBE. It was always a chicken and egg situation. Universities always said DBE is not serious about multilingualism and about African languages. We've always said we don't train and produce educators. It is universities. So we spent many years on this discussion. So now that we've started, we are not seeing the same speed from higher education institutions. And that is why I couldn't miss coming today, because I appreciate, Dr. Monareng, the fact that we are starting, even if that start is not perfect. So I do want you to give a round of applause for the effort that we are seeing coming from Unisa, where it matters the most, because the majority of our teachers come from this institution. That's why I said I can't miss it. Thank you very much. Yabulel. The Department of Education has activated 3 interconnected engines of multilingual reform. We no longer talk about reformation, we talk about transformation. Unisa must align initial teacher education to each of them. Mother tongue-based bilingual education is not a grade 4 intervention, because that's too late. We all know that it starts with the first 1,000 days. So if you still have an ECD component that does not capacitate those practitioners to appreciate what children are born with before they are even born, because language development does not start when children are born, it starts before. We all know that in the last trimester of pregnancy, that's where children begin to process language through the mother. That is why it's called the mother tongue. Children don't really worry who the father is at that stage. It is the umbilical cord that allows the child at that time to process everything that comes from the mother to the child. Now, this is not to say all those people who run away can run away, usually. It just means that the biology of child development, we know that the water attenuation in the uterus at the time that women are bearing children is what actually is the science that happens at that time. And that is why when we speak about mother tongue, we speak about that the child has, through prosody, has processed during that time, the last trimester of pregnancy. So engine 1 is very important because this is where we have lost it. One of the best things that we have done, particularly in the last administration, is to take ECD from social development to DBE. Because learning does not start in grade R. It starts there. So when ECD and foundation phase fail, we have no foundational learning. Everything else that we do is remediation. So our first engine is called the language nutrition framework that is supposed to be guiding how to leverage on what children have at that time. We know that our ECD centers even advertise themselves as English preschools, and everybody runs there. And that is the time we don't understand that the fetal programming that happened to children while they were with their mothers is actually broken at that time. There is no problem with multilingualism, with children learning all the languages. But when we replace what children are born with, that is where the discord happens. Engine 2, we are focusing on languaging. And that languaging is foundational literacy in all official languages, from ECD into the foundation phase. There is no single HEI in this country that produces graduates who are ready to teach in the mother tongue for the foundation phase, except a course that is done by Protea University in the Eastern Cape. I want you to live with that frustration, and I want it to sink, because it is important that we understand what happens after they have left these institutions, because educators there in the foundation phase, they sink like nobody's business. And we are very good in writing articles about the failure of DBE. And I'm not saying good DBE is perfect. I'm not saying DBE knows what they are doing. Most of the time we're accused that we don't know what they were doing, but nobody speaks about the fact that actually it starts here in all these institutions. Not just Unisa, all our HEIs. So that's the challenge, Dr. Munareng. Language units in universities must not only translate things. It's important that we attend to the elephant in the room. Now, engine 3 is mother tongue-based bilingual education in upper grades. That's where from grade 4, we make sure that we don't make that discontinuation of early exit. We've chosen 2 subjects, not because they're important, but we need a place to start. The missing engine is initial teacher education. And that is where Unisa must step forward. This is what the fact that there is no fit-for-purpose training for our teachers. This is what it culminates to. Our higher education institutions are operating mainly in English and Afrikaans. And every time there's an assessment, it's only English and Afrikaans that is far ahead than anybody else. That is not a failure of a teacher or a parent or a child. It is a systemic failure. So when we speak about transforming higher education, it's not a nice to have or a politically correct statement. It translates to real scores as we see on those boards. And no amount of the science of reading or of teaching phonics or teaching more of what we have taken on from the wars in Europe and the US is going to change that. It just means that we must look at ourselves and reflect and say, this is a unique opportunity for us to look at our pedagogies and say, where have we gone wrong? And how do we quickly come together and say, we can at least start here. So any start is appreciated. For the later grades, we have an incremental model which shifts using language weightings over time, because incrementally we must not overwhelm the system. That is why we are saying incrementally ensure that the child is not only forced, or the whole purpose of educating black children is not to get them to English. That is not education. It is that they leave school bilingual and multilingual with their language used as the basis of learning. People ask us about these ratios because they are uncomfortable about the ratios. And sometimes you read articles, with people who have very little knowledge about multilingualism, having an opinion. It's okay to have those opinions. We are never going to get it right. And education has always been a contested space. But what we know from the pilot, where it all started, is that broad additive bilingualism and multilingualism is a good principle. But without planned ratios for this country, can stay too vague to drive real change in South African classrooms. Because you have a unique situation where the majority are not in the main with their languages, they are at the margins, and everything else is trying to push to the core, to the center, with these 2 small minority languages. So the multilingualism that you must consider for such a country is that how do we slowly ensure that children do get English and Afrikaans and other languages while we maintain their language? And for teachers who have never been trained on how to do that, it becomes difficult to go for 100% in grade 4 in African languages because we are still building up the architecture. We don't want to overwhelm the same educators because no university prepared them for this eventuality. Then what must we do in initial teacher education around the modeling? Is that we must teach our graduates that the ratio is a starting point and it's not a script, a rigid script as it is called by some people who might misunderstand what it is. We must build strong training in translanguaging and bilingual pedagogy so that they can shift language use deliberately. We must train our graduates to diagnose learner comprehension, not just follow policy percentages. You must use lesson planning tasks that require justification for language choices. Emphasize that language must reduce barriers to response and understanding and not become a barrier itself because now we are in the 20% or in the 80%. So the real safeguard is teacher judgment. We must trust our educators, flexible translanguaging, and assessment that matches the language of learning, teaching, and assessment. I think I've just explained the whole rationale. We are sitting with this problem in South Africa. And this problem is a historical problem. And as I am here today, as we are driving the mother tongue-based bilingual education program, we realize that if you look at all the African languages, they were written by missionaries and standardized by missionaries. I always make a joke about the first book written in Xhosa in my language. 1823, eating inkomo zezigabao, zezikaThixo. You try to tell that to a farmer, uba inkomo are not theirs, they belong to God, and you see what happens. So you can see the intention behind. So there is both a burden, but at the same time a blessing. So we must mitigate between and navigate this blessing and burden, because I'm thankful that there was a process to write and to standardize. But what is a burden is the fact that if you look at who drove that standardization, whether it's the Scottish missionaries or the London Mumford Society or the American missionaries or the Hermannsburg missionaries from Germany for Seswati. So you see the competition to standardize from all the missionaries from different countries. So we're struggling with the second last column, what is called native influence, where this process that was started in the 1820s is fully owned by people who do research and the work in these institutions. Because you can see this problem when you start to go back to try to measure, to try to develop multilingual pedagogies, that there is still a problem because people say, oh no, it's not mine, it's a Xhosa. And this one says, no, it's not mine. It depends in the area that the missionary is settled in. And that was the version that was standardized. So we have big problems. So MTBBE is never going to be an easy feat because we still have to deal with the past. Without blaming anyone, we want to recognize what works and what still needs to be done, because there's a lot that still needs to be done. I listen to discussions that academics are engaging in and Parliament around mathematics participation and mathematics performance. I want to show you where we lose mathematics. Because as much as we are doing better in the foundation phase with mathematics and language, the quality of that mathematics collapses from grade R. Because the terminology for mathematics and science that has been developed there, we still must say, is this the correct one? Because you can see when it was developed, how it was developed, and the fact that sometimes it does not reflect what we want it to reflect for purposes of mathematics and science. And I want to show you that in the DBE currently, we have two cliffs. The first cliff is in grade 4, the first dip, as you see on that slide, and the second dip is in grade 8. So when children finish the foundation phase and they have to transition into grade 4, the first cliff happens. And most of our schools are changing to English And that is why we have that cliff. That's part of the reason. But the other part of the reason is the quality of the foundation phase in the mother tongue. Because there's no preparation in higher education for these teachers to teach in the mother tongue in the foundation phase. So when you do language at higher education institutions, you only do language as a subject, and that's it. As if this teacher who graduates with B.Ed is not going to teach mathematics in his course and life skills in any other subject. So that gap is what is causing the grade 4 cliff. So when they finish right up to grade 7, when they get to high school, there's another dip. Because the teachers in primary school are trying to fix what did not happen in ECD and in the foundation phase. So you see these extra classes, Saturday classes, morning classes, winter school, summer school. There's a school. And those schools only have one color. We can't. It's not acceptable. And that discomfort that we feel right now, we must feel it every day. Because behind those cliffs, there are children. I called my map, this map, a heat map. You can already see that in the foundation phase, there is a green. It's better than the intermediate phase because you start seeing the orange. And in the senior phase, there's just red. So the children who started out in the primary school, in the foundation phase, don't finish. It's called cumulative disfluency. Now, if already at grades R, we are performing in maths at 69%, how are these children going to carry through maths? So when we say the TPE is continuing with maths lit, it's because of this problem. They can't do it. Because we've taken away that one thing that English and Afrikaans kids have when they learn maths, the language. So you not only have to learn maths, you must learn the language through which maths is taught in, and then the language of maths. And then. That's a burden that must sit with discomfort in us as we celebrate the fact that this university and others are producing the largest number of teachers. But the question must be which teachers and whether they are able to teach in the foundation phase when they leave this institution. We had an assessment last year, the first assessment in this country since independence, since 1994. A bilingual assessment for mathematics and science in grade 4. That was supposed to be our baseline. We said we're not going to use it as a ranking tool. We need to learn where our learners actually are at as we start with the rollout. Now, the schools that had changed to mother tongue-based bilingual education, you see that they had this share of learners passing rising in every subject versus what they had in 2024. And we said, let's take a quadruple. Let's take the home language of learners. Let's take English as a first additional language. Let's take mathematics, and let's take NS Tech, because those were the two subjects. Now, every time the issue of mother tongue education is raised with African children, people always ask, what is going to happen to their English? They won't know English. But I always say, Afrikaners know more English than you. So this has actually proved to us that their English also went up. So we put to rest this question, English is going to suffer. It didn't. It actually went up. And thank God that it did. Because it has always gone up. So we are very proud and happy that despite all the problems and challenges around MTBBE, we see, when we compare 2024 and 2025, we are happy. And the reason we are happy is that it shows that children don't have to be anxious. Teachers don't have to be anxious. And parents don't have to feel that they are inadequate, because something is starting to happen. You see, NS Technology was the biggest winner with plus 4.3 percentage points up. But all these 4 subjects, their home language is safe, they are acquiring the target language, and they're also doing better in mathematics and NS Technology. Translanguaging is what most of our schools are using. It is not a confusion. It is an intentional movement across languages that reflects how multilingual people actually think and work. The teacher doesn't have to speak the language. The lecturer does not have to speak isiXhosa at Unisa. It means that the system must be designed to enable the safety net that I can make meaning using my language, even if you as the lecturer don't speak an African language. So I don't know where this anxiety comes from, as if we want to chase people out. No, the table is big enough for everyone. And that is why translanguaging is important. It addresses the bread and butter issues that people are also anxious about, that they never speak out aloud. There's a space for everyone. But we are here for the students and the learners and the children. So we can't always say, then what happens to me because I come from Zimbabwe? No. This must be a space for all, for everyone, but at the same time, we know why we are employed. And our job is to ensure that the basic education system does not suffer because I don't speak isiXhosa. And I make all efforts to block. It's not fair. So when it comes to teaching, when it comes to learning, when it comes to assessment, we must develop instruments that enable the learning that must happen in our schools. I've done a SWOT analysis, and I've already spoken about that. There's no need. I'm going to leave this presentation with you. But there are opportunities that Unisa is an institution. I want you to be the first runners in the country. Everybody must follow you because you have the numbers. And we are here to journey with you. How do we close these gaps? I've put the strands together in terms of the programs that must happen, and I'm leaving them with you. But mostly, we must embed MTBBE and MTBRL as compulsory strands in all BEd programs with specific African language specializations aligned to DBE's rollout. Multilingual curriculum review teams, we must work together, even with other universities, to ensure that every faculty, not just the education faculty of the College of Education, everyone. The reason we have so few students in the sciences is because we're not producing enough here, so everybody goes to humanities. Because of the blockages that are there for learners to use their languages as meaning-making systems. Create practice schools where BEd students experience MTBBE classrooms, bilingual assessments, and translanguaging in action. So for me, that's the most important, because practice schools are going to allow us to see where are we making mistakes, where are we making progress, and so on. We have a unique situation in the Western Cape with Afrikaans and isiXhosa children in the Grabo area. They speak both Afrikaans and isiXhosa. They are the children of farmers. You can't make them choose between Afrikaans and isiXhosa. But the system is not prepared for that. We must support those children for both their languages to be strong in both of them. So we need all language communities in South Africa. It can't be now that we have to develop African languages. We have people saying, Atina, we are fine. We need everyone, because children out there have access and need access to all the languages. So I want to invite the Afrikaans department and the colleagues from Afrikaans, because it's a process that they've gone through. We need it this time so that we ensure a better South Africa for all children. The language terminology development is quite important, and investing in academic literacies and terminologies, particularly in the STEM, in law, in health and economics. At the time, I was still working at the University of Cape Town many years ago. We had a bit of a struggle because we had students from China and all over in the medical faculty. We said, let all of them learn isiXhosa, because when they have to go and practice and do the internship, they go to Khayelitsha. They misdiagnose patients. So this must not just be about education. This must be a whole university effort. And that is how Afrikaans and English were developed, by the way. So we need, the model must be the same. As I learned, I want to caution Unisa for 3 interlocking traps. There is something that we see called epistemic bullying. When we started with MTBBE, we saw various people being nervous because they've held a hold on the system for a long time. And epistemic bullying with people trying to know everything, that they are the holders of knowledge, and this is the only way, this is the only science, this is the only. We are tired of that. We've had that for a long time. You must never be in a position where you don't recognize how these traps are working and how funding now is channeled to particular programs, so that MTBBE and MTBRL does not get recognized. It's just something, people call it, it's just a political thing. Schooling has never been unpolitical. It has never been neutral. Education has never been neutral. But it depends who it is intended for and who are the driving forces behind that, if we are going to use the language of politics. We see the evidence trap, where people are saying, oh, it's not academic enough. It's not scientific enough. And this evidence trap is something that we are worried about with these benchmarks that are coming up now, these measurement instruments. As long as it passes through a particular instrument, therefore, it becomes the truth for everybody else. They become presented as robust evidence. Now, Tina, we must follow the policy entrepreneurs. We can't be held at ransom by the evidence trap. We must develop the kind of evidence that we need to change the tomorrows of African language children. The epistemic violence trap is a big one, where African languages are judged by standards not designed for them. I was very happy when you said, these numbers that are being flown around, that 80% can't, 30% can't, and so on. Where is the architecture that we are measuring these children with? We can't transpose Western instruments and say the African languages must be aligned to that. We can't. We must say what it is from those instruments that can be amended or adapted for African languages, or start from scratch. We need that zero moment. So the false inferiority that this perpetuates is worrying us. You saw last year in the media, mother tongues are failing. How much did you put into them? What did you put into them? And who decides the failure? The last one is the policy hijacking trap. We have particular entrepreneurs who manufacture a crisis, who claim to fix it, who dictate policy, who secure funding, and deliberately maintain the crisis to keep funds flowing. We see that. Guard against that, Unisa. It's happening all over Africa, by the way. Now, the core challenges in terms of that, we have linguistic and construct validity. African languages are agglutinative, they are tonal languages, and they differ from English. So any instrument that uses English as a standard is not suited as an instrument for African languages. So our challenge is to ensure that we build architecture together, so that when we say they fail, we know that the instrument we have used is an instrument designed for African languages. We have a lack of standardized resources. I've already told you about the 1820s. So the corpora and graded readers or normative data that we need, we are still building it. So we must start first with building, and then the measurement as we develop the architecture. Then we can think about the measurement. Assessment design and psychometrics. There's a one-size-fits-all matrix that seeks to show that there is a failure, a deep failure. We must guard against that. The ecosystem is often absent to support African languages. So can those colleagues who have monies from all over the world and who can be trusted with those monies, please assist us in the journey that we are embarking on, and not use that to rebut and to push back on mother tongue-based bilingual education. The last one is ethical and social political dangers. I think it must be declared illegal to measure children all the time and to declare them failing, because the danger it does is long-term. You raise children who think that because I'm African, I fail. That is more dangerous than anything else, because it does something for the confidence and for the humanity of a black African language child. Can we fix the system first before we declare children to be failing? There's something very racist, very demeaning, and very exclusionary about that. It must come to a stop. Why is Unisa uniquely suited as an MTBBA champion? I've already mentioned the fact that we have the majority of our teachers trained by Unisa. You have all the 12 languages, including South African Sign Language. I know this one from many years ago. I'm so happy to see her here. You have a national distance model. It reaches all provinces, rural and urban, where MTBBE is implemented. And it can serve as the language policy language policy nerve center of the Africanization agenda. A formal mandate that few HEIs match. We want, as DBE, to continue this partnership in all levels with the university, because you must become that multilingual pedagogy hub that supports everyone. As I land, I'm not happy about the fact that African languages are still taught in English. We must change that, because we are sending a message that reproduces the hierarchy I spoke about earlier on. Teaching African languages through English reinforces exactly the hierarchy DBE is trying to undo. English is the language of real learning. That's what we are saying, because African languages must just be support. It undermines teacher confidence, because student teachers training models English as the default medium, even in African language modules, limiting their confidence to teach in African languages, particularly in the foundation phase. So my call to action is that the College of Education must move from teaching African languages in English to teaching African languages in African languages, with English as an additional resource. You must switch it around. You can imagine if you teach English in African languages, what you can, an eruption. You will never do that to Africans. Then we can't have a policy for one language and the policy for another. If as a country, in our constitution, all languages are equal, it should be reflected in the practice all over. I've explained about epistemic bullying. And this is an outline of the path forward. African language infrastructure needs an injection for vitality. We need an injection to represent important progress, but the evidence base is not yet sufficient to treat them as fully developed. So can we build more around that? There is enough to be mined, waiting for somebody who is serious enough to say, let us mine and invest in ensuring that we have this base. The goal is not to delay progress, it is to ensure that when we benchmark and we adopt a scale, they genuinely serve the interest of every child in learning to read in their home languages. I am glad that there's a policy standard 5.1.3 in the CHE qualification standards. That language is not just a medium of instruction, it is a core graduate attribute in initial teacher education and across all courses. So we must prepare our graduates and expect graduates to understand the role of language in learning across the curriculum, including language learned from birth, bilingual pedagogies, translanguaging, code switching, multilingualism, and the use of subject-specific discourse and terminology. What prevents South African HEIs from strengthening language and literacy multilingual pedagogies? There are several things that prevent HEIs from moving towards multilingualism. One, which seems to be the biggest, is the profile of expertise. When we recruit, if this person that we are recruiting is unable to teach or to do their work in African languages, we must get ex-coaches, or we must get peer teachers or peer coaches along with them. Don't block out because you've made a recruitment decision that is against what the learners actually need. We are concerned that the more you are not looking into multilingualism when you are recruiting, you are always going to be left with the problem of trying to fix things ex post facto, after the fact. There are barriers to be addressed, and I've outlined them. I'm looking at my time. I have 3 minutes left. But what this produces is that there is weak preparation of ITE students for multilingual classrooms. And we then always shift to diversion areas that maybe teachers are not teaching enough, and maybe they are not there, maybe they are not serious, children don't love reading. All these diversions, or maybe the principal needs more courses, and then we go on and produce other things and not actually attend to the elephant in the room. So the deeper issue is not lack of evidence. It is that knowledge, authority, and staffing structures in many HEIs still reproduce monolingual norms, even while policy speaks to the language of multilingualism. So South Africa does have ideological commitment to multilingualism, but HEIs still show too little substantive curriculum, pedagogic, and assessment change to match it. We know that we need multilingual pedagogies, but the internal expertise structures are designed not to fully support what we are professing. Is this intentional or accidental? We are saying as the Department of Basic Education, we are here to assist. Because when we have such a symposium, it's not just to point weaknesses, but it's to say, where can we collaborate? Where can we assist one another in changing what we are seeing as the hindrance to all children learning? Lastly, the opportunity we cannot miss. DBE has lit the engines through the ECD engine, the MTBRL engine, and MTBBE. And we are already in motion. So the policy train is moving for the first time. Unisa has the mandate. It has a language policy, embracing all the 12 official languages, with multilingualism at the heart of Africanization. The multilingual world of work, a graduate who can explain science in isiZulu, negotiate AI in isiSotho, and write reports across all languages is more employable and more aligned with South Africa's reality. If we align our programs, embrace translanguaging, and treat African languages as full academic languages across all faculties, Unisa can become the MTBBE champion South Africa needs. And our graduates will enter a multilingual world of work ready to teach, to serve, and innovate in all the languages of this country. And in conclusion, the core principle is that do not start with the model and force African languages into it. Start with African meaning-making practices and build pedagogy from there. Thank you very much.
Ndiabulela Marona, thank you very much for uncomfortable hard truth to us. And for me, I see it as a feedback to our clients. As universities, we are producing products that should go to the basic education. And if our client is not happy about the product, we should fix somewhere. It shows a disconnect between us and the basic education. And I believe that the university is noting that. Not only Unisa, but universities in the country are really taking that into consideration, and we will try to join the two together and make it a success. Thank you very much. It's indeed a thought-provoking talk, and not just the one that, makes us feel happy. It searches the inner man as the university and check if we are doing the right thing, not only for us, but also for our children, for our future. Thank you very much. We are proposing a short break. The reason is that the DDG indicated that she's not well, she might be leaving. The executive director may leave also, and the VP will leave. So we need to capture this moment with our guest there. So the ladies, Rakhari Maja, you will lead this session. Please come through. They need a photo. Champ, I think it's your time to excel also. We are going to have, I'm told that we will use the banners this side. Rakadi Judith and Rakadi Lillian, please come. Thank you very much. And I believe that it gave us a moment to reflect on what was said in the previous section. We are going into another interesting session of showcases on multilingual classroom in action. And we have three colleagues, that we will be showcasing. Can I just call them and they come one after the other? The first one, we have Rakhadi Mahomet, who will be the first person to showcase for 15 minutes, and will be followed by Rakhadi Kumalo. And lastly, we will have Rangwanintate Machekwani will follow in that. The Rakhadi Mahomet comes from the College of Law, and Rakhadi Kumalo comes from the College of Education, and Ndade Machekwani comes from College of Accounting Sciences. Over to you, colleagues. Thank you.
I just want to put this. I'm not sure if it's going to dry on because so maybe just put it on charge. And then just put this in as well. Oh, sorry. No, we're going to need this. Oh, well, oh, sorry. Can you tell I'm nervous? Okay, let us just put it on presentation mode. Oh, why is it doing that? Is it on presentation mode? I cannot see. Just put it. Oh, sorry. Why is it doing that? Okay. That should be fine. Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Dumelang. Sawubona. Molweni. Goeiemôre. And then in true multilingual pedagogies spirit, in my own home language, Assalamu alaikum, which is Arabic, and it means may peace and blessings be upon all of you. Okay. Thank you. All protocol observed, distinguished guests, colleagues, fellow educators. It's a privilege to participate in this Multilingual Pedagogies Symposium. And I really am appreciative for the opportunity to share some of the reflections on how translanguaging has been integrated into my teaching practice within the legal environment. So I am Razia Mohammed, if I may. Thanks to Unisa, once again, I did a sign language course, like I attended training for translanguaging as well. So again, Unisa, thank you. So I'm Razia Mohammed from the Department of Private Law, based here in the College of Law, and I'm a senior lecturer for the module Law of Damages. I know Prof. Mohano, thank you for the kind words and for bringing in the Law of Damages into your presentation as well. Just a quick overview. My presentation is a little bit more different in that I'm not going to focus on theory. I'm going to focus more on the practical side of translanguaging and how it's been implemented and integrated into my module. And I'm going to talk about very briefly as to why we looked at it as a possibility for the legal discipline. I will give practical examples. I will provide examples as to lesson plans as well as other strategies that we use to implement translanguaging. And then I will go through, more importantly, student responses and outcomes, also by providing examples. And then I mention a few challenges and considerations before I give my reflections on the whole process and then conclude. Okay. So, okay, in our higher education environment, we have a deep multilingual and culturally diverse environment. So yet many students have to engage complex academic content through a language that is not their primary language of communication. And then within the legal discipline, this becomes even more significant because legal discourse is often highly technical, formal, and it can be intimidating. So it presents its own unique linguistic challenges. And this is one of the reasons also that drove me to implementing translanguaging. For example, if I take my module, the law of damages, and even everyday language, damage would mean something that is damaged or an item that is not in the state or condition that it should be. However, in the legal context, we're looking at monetary compensation for a person who sustained harm, loss, or injury as a result of a wrongful act or even breach of contract. So you can see how the term damage compared to everyday language is much more deeper in terms of the legal context. And that's why I feel that my module, being very content heavy and very technical in nature, needed translanguaging to help students conceptualize and understand what this module is actually about. Okay, so I'm going to now get to what strategies I implemented and maybe just a brief explanation as to how it promoted epistemic access for the students by ensuring that they were not excluded from the learning process, and also how it supported the conceptual understanding. It increased student confidence, it encouraged participation, and I'm going to touch on all of that. I'll break it down and explain further why I'm saying all of this to you now. So I began integrating, after attending training, of course, I began integrating small but intentional translanguaging practices into my learning experience. So I started with what is referred to as an icebreaker. So this was a student discussion platform that was created for students to introduce themselves in a language or in a manner that they felt comfortable, and just to give an idea as to what were their expectations for this module. So while this was not content related, it did make students feel comfortable, and it did give them a space within which they felt like their linguistic identities were recognized. Okay, so then in my lectures, because our prescribed textbook for this module is so complex and written in a very academic manner, lectures were structured in a way that concepts were broken down into simple English for students to understand, and relatable examples were used and incorporated so that students could, through these familiar examples and the simple language, understand the deeper concepts. I'm going to show you an example of a lesson plan that I designed where I integrated translanguaging. Okay, so here's the beginning. So this was one of the very first lectures that dealt with the concepts around law of damages. So through lesson, the way we were trained to do pre-lesson, during lesson, after lesson, this was something that I drew on in the pre-lesson. So beginning with the lecture and pulling on or drawing from students' prior knowledge, in the beginning where I would introduce a concept, I would then stop and then ask students, I'm going to read from the slide, as we begin, I encourage you to engage with these ideas in your home language or any language you're comfortable with. If the distinction between liability and damages feels unclear, try explaining it to yourself or your fellow student in your own home language. Always ask yourself, how would I explain the difference to someone at home who's not studying law? This is just an example of how translanguaging was integrated into the learning process and into the lesson plan itself. And this was in the beginning, so the pre-lesson, drawing on knowledge. So that we continue with this flow, it doesn't stop in the beginning. During lesson, I would introduce more concepts, explain them, provide examples, and then stop again, pause and tell the students, try and restate this idea in your own words, telling them that they can draw on English or any other linguistic identity that they would be comfortable with. Okay, it continued during lesson. These are just practical examples that I'm providing you with to see how it was integrated. So I then stop and say, explain the idea of compensation in your own words. How would you explain the difference between being compensated and being punished? And the importance in this module is because it's not about being punished. So students needed to understand this before they could continue. And drawing on their own linguistic repertoire helped them deepen this understanding. Okay, then post-lesson, so it doesn't stop there. Post-lesson is where you continue with it because you want the students to take that away with them. So identify and explain that concept in your own language. This is just an example of one lesson plan that integrated, translanguaging. This is the final reinforcement that is an example of how students can also take away from the lecture by summarizing the concept in their own words in a language that they would be able to think clearly in, to help them deepen their understanding and to make them more confident in understanding the module going forward. Now, that was the lecture. So now I needed to think, how do I take translanguaging beyond the classroom, beyond the lecture? We are not a residential university. Our students are not sitting in front of us. I cannot see, are they engaging with what it is that I'm discussing? Are they understanding it? Are they really translanguaging? So I created a student discussion forum on the My Unisa platform. And I'm just going to read out what did I say here as to how did I get the students to want to participate. So the forum was created to encourage academic engagement and collaborative learning among students enrolled in this module. I then told them, you're invited to discuss the weekly lectures, share your insights, ask questions, and assist one another in understanding key concepts in the law of damages. So students were encouraged to identify key concepts from the lectures and share the relevant terms of these concepts in their home language. This will promote inclusive learning, as I indicated, and help deepen understanding across our diverse student community. This was a forum that I created. This was the general message. What I then did was every week after my lecture, I would create a separate discussion forum for that specific lecture, where I then again encourage students to say, apart from what was discussed in the lecture and apart from what happened there, I want you now to engage. So here's just an example. Engage in a discussion of lecture 11 with your fellow students. And lecture 11 dealt with contributory negligence and the apportionment of damages. Share your insights and ask questions. Identify key concepts and provide the relevant terms in your home language. Okay, so this is just some of the things that I've done. Look, this is the beginning, and I know it's not perfect, but from here we will grow and we will strengthen our translanguaging implementation together with transformation going forward. This was just what I did for this semester for my students to be introduced to it and for them to feel comfortable going forward with this module. So what was more important? Okay, so overall, the response was largely positive. I'm going to get into what the students' responses was, what the outcomes were, what we've seen thus far in terms of how it has impacted them. So yes, students definitely increased participation in terms of the discussion forums. Their conceptual understanding improved. There was greater confidence among the students because when you understand something, you are more confident. When you are more confident, you partake in discussions, you deepen your understanding. Students were not as anxious to partake in this legal, formal English discussion because they could draw on their own linguistic identities and then bring this formal legal English to the discussions in the classroom. And they were more actively engaged and involved in the discussions. So I continued to be persistent in that every week I made sure after my lectures, this was a discussion forum that was created and students were encouraged to partake. I'm going to get to my challenges. It wasn't as easy or as simple as I'm making it sound now. Okay, so here's an example of a student that partook. But before I get to that, let me just say, I did this lecture 1, lecture 2, 3, 4. I got no interaction. Students were interacting in English. Students were asking questions. They were talking. Nobody brought their mother language to the classroom. I became a little bit despondent. I even spoke to Prof for the training to say, I've been doing this. Why are the students not partaking? And then Prof gave me an understanding to say, listen, students have never been introduced to this before. They didn't get it in school. They didn't get it in the modules prior to mine. Bear in mind that my module is a final year module. They're not introduced to it. They haven't been given that space where they feel comfortable to express themselves in their own language. You don't expect them to come in, start. And I can still clearly remember when it happened. Because of how excited I was, I couldn't even contain it. I think I contacted the linguistic office and sent them all the screenshots of what had transpired that day in the classroom. So it was lecture 6. Lecture 6, all it took was one student to come forward, explain the terms in English, ask questions, and then she gave explanations in Sesotho. She identified legal terms from that specific lecture, provided explanations in Sesotho, and posed questions to the rest of the students. And, well, like the saying goes, then the rest was history. Because from there, that encouraged other students to partake. Other students became comfortable. Other students saw a space that was created for them to translanguage, for them to take this concept, break it down, feel comfortable about it. Doesn't mean because you're not using English here, you're going to be judged. I mean, whoever said that English was a measure or level of intellect to begin with? So that space is what drove my students to feeling comfortable. So now the slides that follow is examples of what they brought to the discussion. Here's just an example of one. And then even though it happened in lecture 6, when the students started participating, they then went back to lecture 1, and then they brought in all those concepts from lecture 1, because lecture 6 is what encouraged them to say, hey, we can do this. The space has been created for us to express ourselves. So these are just screenshots that I've taken of different discussions that the students partook in around the lectures. So the example before you, you'll see, okay, dealt with lecture 3. The student goes on to explain what was the lecture about, what was the takeaway, but there you can see, there's the explanation in Sesotho, explaining what does that term mean. At the bottom, the student identifies key legal concepts in that specific lecture, provides her terms, the terms in Sesotho, and then pose questions to the students. And from there, you'll see there were different languages that were brought to the classroom. They started posing questions to each other. In fact, they were even criticizing the examples that I provided in my lecture to say, do you think the lecturer gave up, this example because it was something that they could relate to, but they weren't really happy about it. So the conversation, flowed from there, and students became very, very active. So you'll see here's one here as well. Here's another example where the student also identified key legal concepts and provided terms for it. And here also, Sesotho, you can see for damage. I don't want to butcher the term. Am I going to pronounce it correctly? Senyo. So that is what damage is referred to in Sesotho. Okay, here we continue. You can see here the student has done the same thing, identified the concept. These are just screenshots. This is taken out from the discussions they were having among each other. Okay, here as well, you can see here was isiXhosa, and they also identified concepts and brought it to the classroom. Here's another one in Sepedi, taking out the once and for all rule, cause of action, coming out of context. I know these terms don't really make sense, but within the law of damages, it does. Student identified, provided an explanation, and it continued from there. Okay, before I get into that. So this was what happened without me being involved. And why do I say that? I'm proof that you do not need to speak the languages to create the space for your students to translanguage. You do not need to understand the languages for the students to express themselves, for the students to deepen that understanding. You are acknowledging and respecting them. So now, okay, few challenges. Okay, yes, more practical, actually. Time constraints, maybe needing a little bit more resources from the university, and also lecturer training, which we are doing. So these are not things that cannot be addressed. These are just practical challenges that I mentioned. Okay, now, I know my time is up. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get too much into it. There's just a few things that I want to mention that I don't want to forget. A lot of people feel that translanguaging is going to replace formal English. I feel we use it as a scaffold towards academic engagement. Okay, just 2 points. What became particularly evident from the translanguaging was that this flexibility of language enhanced the students' confidence, and the confidence enhanced learning. Okay, so translanguaging didn't dilute the academic rigor. In fact, it functioned as a bridge towards stronger academic participation and understanding. Okay, and then I leave you with this. In a multilingual society such as South Africa, embracing translanguaging is not simply a pedagogical strategy. I feel that it's part of building more equitable and responsive educational spaces. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you. Sorry, I went a little over.
Thank you very much, Rakhari Mohammed, and that was very interesting. And without waste of time, I'll ask Rakhari Kumalo and Tate Mochakwani to come over. Please, let's work within the time frame. You only have 15 minutes, and keep your eyes on me.
Okay, where are you seated?
Just here.
Sanibonani, Tobela, Lochani, Absheni, good morning, Goeiemorgen, Sanibonani. Siyabonga, igama lami nguNontobeko Ngakakhumalo, from the Department of Curriculum and Instructional Studies, College of Education. I'm going to make this presentation on behalf of 4 other colleagues that we have attended the translanguaging workshops with. You are going to see their names soon. So, excuse me. I thought my slides were showing already. So, as part of this reflection, we borrowed on Gibbs' reflective cycle. So we will go with those stages. I'm sorry, colleagues. Yo, apparently it doesn't appear. Can I continue? Yeah. Okay. As I was saying, colleagues, we borrowed from Gibbs' reflective cycle, so we're going to go through our reflection will describe what happened. The feelings will evaluate the workshops, the analysis, conclusion, and the action plan. Unfortunately, you don't see my slide. As I have mentioned, I am the mouthpiece for the other 4 colleagues. So in that slide, we had the modules of those colleagues also highlighted and the number of students that are registered per module. Oh, now we are there. Thank you so much. So for instance, in the first row there, we have a module called BTE, being a teacher, and I'm co-teaching that module. And there are 20,346 students registered in that module. And there are 5 lecturers teaching it. And fortunately, Prof. Mahano, we have adjunct academics that we are working with. Yes, and then there is Dr. Mahan, who's coming with 1,205, Prof. Maja, 3,150, Mrs. Mashala, 386, Dr. Moshaba, 1,526. Why are we making this known? It's because we are saying we've been champions, we attended the workshops, and we have exposed these students to trans-languaging, so they know something about it. And also, what you can see here is that our modules run across all the programs in the B.Ed qualification. Other modules are in the foundation phase, intermediate phase, senior phase, and FET phase. So we can say that our students in the College of Education had a taste of trans-languaging. So, like, we want to describe what happened. We attended these intensive workshops, which were facilitated by Prof. Makalela. They consisted of 3 blocks. The 5 of us who made this presentation, we attended consistently those blocks, and we were reflecting on what happened in each and every block. So in block 1, which happened last year, 4 to 5 November, we were very challenged to look at issues of language differently. You know, when we attended school, we used to the monolingual thing. At home, I will speak Zulu, but once I get into the classroom, it's Zulu aside, except for isiZulu period, and then it's English all the way. So Prof really challenged us. We were exposed to new terminology, the issues of horizontal versus vertical, multilingualism, spontaneous or organic versus pedagogical translanguaging. That is very important because it talks to the issue of planning, that you just don't go to class and say, good morning, today talk nje, use your own home languages. You have to plan it. So it doesn't have to happen spontaneously or organically. You have to plan. At the center of this is the planning. And also we looked at the role of language in terms of power and identity. What are we doing to our students? And the purpose of translanguaging, as my sister has said there, which is the meaning making. In block 2, we did practice. Now we had to behave as if we're in the classroom context, and we had to plan our lesson, came and present those lessons, and we were given feedback by Prof, by other colleagues, and that was also done in a systematic way. There were 3 processes that you have to go through if you were given feedback. Prof knows about that. And then in the second block, we really had the aha moment. Our understanding of translanguaging really expanded. We began now to dissect this term, translanguaging. Oh, we can divide this thing. Trans is a movement. Languaging, it's meaning making through the use of language, not the language itself. And then at the end, it was all of us, we agreed to, oh, it's the movement of meaning across languages. So translanguaging doesn't respect some boundaries of the languages. We say, is Zulu, sikhuluma kanje, is Xhosa, that's what we say it. No, the issue, the core is the meaning making. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, that is the core. Block 3, it was a showcase event, and we tried our best there. In terms of GIBS reflective cycle, we also want to talk about our feelings. We were very anxious in Block 1, and we pushed Prof. Makalela for assessment, especially as the College of Education. During break, we will say, oh, we understand what he's saying. He has to tell us how are we going to assess the students. That's what we want. So we pushed him, and he pushed back gently so, and say, but wait about assessment, you have to understand the theory behind everything. Do you understand what is this about? So we also were like, okay, we'll wait for you, but now we know. But in that first block, we had our aha moment when we realized, there was that light bulb moment when we realized that, no, man, this thing is about meaning making. For whom? For the student. Is it about us? No, it is about our student. And Prof emphasized that the starting point is learning and not teaching. But still, as a teacher, you have a role. You have to make sure that your environment is enabling, your environment is supportive in the classroom context, so that your learners, so that your students are able to express themselves. You must not close that window for them to say, here, it's English only. It's not about you, it's about them. At the center is meaning making. During the second block, when we did presentation, it was a very stressful time because you had to go plan your lesson, come to a group that doesn't know that much about your lesson, and then you get feedback. But we realized in block 2, there's still a long way to go. We were introduced to vitamins. There is vitamin A, there is vitamin B, there is vitamin C, and we're like, things are getting very serious now. I will talk about vitamins. And then during block 3, there was a presentation and we got feedback, but we had that feeling that we are almost there. So what are we doing after the workshop? We are taking one step at a time. We are positive about translanguaging, and we are convinced that we can do it. It's doable. Let's talk about implementation now. In the module that I'm co-teaching, remember the 20,361, with the help of the adjuncts, I realized it was okay, we have adjuncts academics this year, so I'm not going to teach. I'm going to be a coach. I'm going to be a mentor. I'm going to give them time to teach, but I cannot just throw them, out there. I had to really mentor them. So I went, saw them, had a meet and greet session, and I gave them a crash course on translanguaging. It was very easy for them to grasp it. They are teachers. Most of them had been to TVET colleges. They've been to school, so they were like, okay. And I emphasized the issue of lesson planning, that we must plan this thing. It must not happen organically. It must not surprise us. We must have clear activities in our lesson plan. What is it that you want to achieve? How are you going to infuse the vitamins? So planning. So they had to do mock presentation before I allowed them to present those lessons in class. To do those mock presentations to me and other colleagues, and then we look at how are they infusing the vitamins. So now the vitamin A is activation dose. It is during the pre-lesson stage where you are activating the prior knowledge of the learners of your student. At the same time, you are scaffolding them to say that's where we are going, but what is it that you know about the concepts that we are teaching? And write that in your language that you understand. And we give them an opportunity. We've been taught that it's very important to give each student an opportunity to write as an individual, to say, this is what I understand before I come to you and talk to you and share my ideas. That was very important. Vitamin B is a bridge dose. We do it during the lesson. I must say, Prof, in my module, we only did 2 vitamins. We did not go to vitamin C, which is a consolidation, because we are still there, yes. So when they were doing the lesson presentation, I had to be there. And on that particular day, I remember there were 4,000 students who attended online. Remember, others, we are recording our lessons, so others were going to get the recording after. But I had to prepare my BTE module students, you know, because I've heard during the workshop, if you just go and go to the discussion forum and say, do this in English and any other language of your choice, they tend to think that there's something off here. Why now you want us to speak our own languages? So I had to prepare them mentally that this is the approach we're doing. If we give you that opportunity, use that opportunity. We are very serious about that. And they were very happy. So we mainly focus on pre-lesson activity and during in terms of translanguages. And I must say, students were actively participating. The feedback was overwhelming. And in terms of assessment, in our assessment number 2, we have only 6 marks where students are supposed to translanguage because we are starting, you know, we are infusing that, but we've seen that it is doable because we've done it in class. It's not a surprise that in their assessment, all of a sudden we'll say, identify the approach. Maybe we gave them a cartoon, identify the approach, the teaching approach here, and write it in English and in your home language. Why? It's very open, but remember, I have human resource, I have academics who come from and who speak different languages, so it's not a transmatch. We are able to manage that. These are some of the samples from the slides that we use. You see the slide one day, we had that opening hook. It was bilingual because they kept on presenting to me, and I said, no, during the mock presentation, I want something that will hook the students. And then we asked them that in one sentence, they must explain what education means to them based on their experience. They must explain it first in English and then in any language of your choice. Boy, did they do it. They did. Because they were mentally prepared as well to say, we are not just putting you there, we are serious about this. And these are other activities that we did. And evidence is very important in academia. So these are the screenshots of the comments that the student was saying, talking to the adjunct academic who was teaching, and she was multilingual. You know, so they were saying, ma'am is multilingual. Thank you so much. This lesson is worth it. One thing I'm learning from this lecture is that the lecturer is multilingual. They talked about everything. If all lecturers are like, ma'am, I'm definitely passing very well this year. I love how passionate she is about the topic. Hopefully, future teachers, you are taking notes. They were very, very encouraged. My time is up. So in terms of the other, in terms of the other modules, like I've said, that we are 5 in this presentation. We've also seen that they've implemented it in the TMS 3720. They've implemented it in online lesson and discussion forum. But we're able to look at the strengths and weaknesses and say, oh, there is not much participation in the forum. But when the teacher is online, there is increased participation. In the other grade R module also, the lecturer said they are using their home languages, so it's not a transmatch. The problem starts during teaching practice, when now the student teachers have to teach those young ones in their home languages. And as a supervisor, I'm not conversant with the language, so we still have to do with that. These 2 are teaching practice modules. They also infuse translanguages on online discussion forum, and they are also acknowledging the fact that there's been poor participation, but they will include online classes, the other teaching practice 4 module, discussion forum, online teaching, and also because this is an exit module, the lecturer made sure to expose the student to translanguaging, but doesn't stop there, and also advise them to use it during their practice. And also, we've heard the other lecturers taking it outside the universities, training now the teachers out there, you know, in the workshops that we have, in the community engagement projects that we have. We are also exposing teachers to translanguaging. So, making sense? For us as a group, it's important that we have to unlearn some of the things and relearn. It's about change. We have to adapt. It has been a useful experience. Our approach to teaching has changed, but it requires planning. More than planning, it requires commitment. Is it doable? Of course, it is doable. Did we freestyle, Prof? Yes, we did. But within the boundaries of translanguaging, because we understand the theory behind, we understand why are we doing this, we understand that at the center is the meaning making. Challenges, there are challenges. Are we perfect? We are not. Are we positive? We are positive. Way forward, we want to involve more colleagues at a departmental level and at a college level. We are planning to have bi-monthly meetings as champions to share ideas. We continue with implementation, but we are saying we can do this. Thank you.
A very good day to everyone, all protocol observed. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I'm just waiting for my slides to reflect. So I'm going to do mine in a bit different so that we get a taste of everything. Because of the mic restrictions, so I'll try to stay here. So we are online. So let's pretend we are online. So we can't see everyone's face except mine as the presenter. So we are going to engage. I'm going to have a bit of a class where I showcase how we do translanguaging in a classroom. Are we all good with that? Do we have a roaming mic in case I have one or two people who are going to participate as student online? That might help so that at least their voices can be heard. But otherwise, whoever that will assist me as participating student, if you can try have your voice a bit up so that at least your voice is reflecting. My name is Muckleneuk Mudise. I'm from the College of Accounting Sciences, and I'm from the Management Accounting Department. And let me officially greet you in the different languages. I'm not going to go through all of them, at least they're reflecting on my slides. Sani Bonani, Molweni, Goeiedag, Dumelang. Of course, it's written as if I'm greeting one person, but I'm trying to make it more plural because there's more of you. As I've said, my name is Muckleneuk. So respect our different. We respect our differences. We celebrate our culture. Together we grow. So you are all acknowledged in your different languages. Let us start. So our lesson today, I forgot to mention, we are going to talk about depreciation, but we're going to go into that. What is that? But before we go into depreciation, let us look back into what we would have studied before we introduce this topic. So we have looked at a cost of an object, any object, a car, a vehicle, a building, land, the rest. And we'd have looked at the different components of a cost. For example, this building cost 3 million, but we'd have, or let's make it a different asset, a car, it costs 50,000. What makes that 50,000 being the components? We'd have looked at the purchase price. We'd have looked at the transportation cost to bring it to our location to come up with a cost. And then we'd have spoken about how do we then record that cost. this is where we then come from. So this is what we are going to build from when we talk about depreciation this afternoon. So if you can all look at the picture or the slide in front of you, look at the image, briefly describe what you see in your own language to help you think of what is in the picture, what is happening, and how does it make you feel. Is there anyone who wants to help us to tell me what are they seeing in the picture? And then if you can say it in your language, briefly. Anyone? Please, I need people participating. Yes, ma'am? A wet motor? A standstill? I'm trying to project because of the mic. Unfortunately, I can't say that. I hope everyone can hear. Oh, there's a mic. Yes. Okay. Now you're unmuted.
Very loud. Dit is 'n wit motor.
Yes.
Ek dink dis 'n BMW, ek weet nie. Wat gebeur die kar is hy staan stil.
Okay.
Hy hoe maak dit my voel of hoe voel ek oor die kar? Ek voel gelukkig want dis 'n mooi kar. Ja, dit is it.
Thank you very much. So that's what she sees. Also reflect. I think all of us are reflecting and you can tell what you see. So we're going to go to the next slide. If anyone in a different language than Afrikaans, because they've already gone. Another language. Yes, ma'am. You can go.
Okay. Most of the time, I say bona santsane le koloi, still a car, and mokare gona le bothata ka yone. And then intsenya stress man. Yan stress.
Okay, cool. So, thinking of the two pictures, the two slides, the first person, you can help me if I'm mistranslating. They saw a white car standing still, and it looks like a BMW. And then I think you're saying that it's new, or something along those lines. The second person, they're seeing an old car. It's almost dilapidated. It makes them feel stressed because, you know, if it's your car, you have to go to work and it looks like this. It's stress. Ne? So from these two pictures and from helping us with your own languages, the thing is, anything that is introduced to you, it makes more sense in your language. Like the previous speakers once initially said that when they, actually it was Prof. Mahano who said that when they cry, they're going to cry in their own language. It's a language first, then you translate into other language. So it makes it easier when you can think in your own language, then translate. Or if you can understand, make sense in your own language, then you can go into the language that brings all of us together, or at least the language that will be assessed in. And also I use the pictures because when you have seen a picture, it sticks longer in your brain. So that's why I use the pictures so that you can understand what you are going to cover today. So like we all know, when you buy your car, when it's new, your house, whatever, or in the context of a business, because we are doing accounting, everything is bought brand new, but it loses value over time. So that's the principle I was trying to bring across. A new car, but over time it loses value. So that's the depreciation. Everyone good? So over time, depreciation is the decrease in value of an asset, any asset, a car, a building, furniture and fixtures, and other assets you can think of. They lose value over time, usually due to wear and tear because they're being used, aging, which is practically the same thing, and obsolescence, in that when there's a new technology coming in, the old technology is no longer that fashionable and the value goes down because there's a new thing that's coming in. All good. So that is depreciation in simple. So first, try to understand what you're going to do in your own language. I have 5 minutes. So let's talk about then how do you then calculate the depreciation? That now you know depreciation is the loss of value, but that must reflect in the books of the company. You can't just have your car at 50,000 for the next 10 years. Otherwise, your assets are overstated. Simply identify how much of the value is lost each year. That is depreciation. So, for example, let's say that the depreciation rate is 10%. Then how would you calculate that depreciation? Is there anyone who wants to help us? How would you calculate? You can write in the chat, you can raise your hand, I'll recognize you. How would you calculate the depreciation? Should I help? Okay. Since we said it's 10%, then what you're going to do, you're just going to take the cost price. Do you all still remember what is the cost price from the previous class? Is there anyone who wants to tell us what is the cost price? Because you can't do the second step if you don't understand the first step. Anyone in Sizulu, maybe this side? Cost price, and then perhaps go into the depreciation. Okay. Cost price, okay, cost price, then I'll come to the depreciation. Cost price in your language? Imari? Or the money that we used to buy the car. And then anyone can explain depreciation so that we can calculate it quickly in the next few seconds.
Depreciation in peso.
In peso. The loss of value. Yes, the loss of value. So then you calculate it by the percentage you are given, which in this case is 10%. Then you say 10% multiply by the 10,000, then you get 1,000. That's the value that has decreased. Then your car is now worth 9,000. So let us do some reflection as we close. So this is where we are going. You are not yet there. This is just to give you a glimpse of where we are going. So this is a typical example that you'll get in a scenario: a purchase, a depreciation, an impairment, and a sale of a vehicle. But you are not there yet. We are not yet there. But for you to appreciate the importance of today's class is understanding where we are going. So it will typically, the question will say, on the 1st of January 2022, a company purchased a delivery vehicle for 450,000. The vehicle has an estimated useful life of 5 years, or they'll give you a percentage, 10% in my example earlier, and residual value of 50,000. The company uses straight line method of depreciation. This is but where we are going. We are not yet there. We only learned depreciation today, cost price last week. Then in the next class, we are going to talk about recording that depreciation. Start thinking of what are you going to debit, what are you going to credit, in which statement you're going to record this in, financial position or statement of profit and loss. Ngiyabulela. Baya danki ki aleboha ndolo wagamanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our three colleagues from Law, Sedu, and CAS. Can I ask Ndade Chauke M to come and introduce our international evaluator? Ndade Chauke, and I guess people just heard that international. So we are not doing local.
Dumelang. Goeiemiddag. Good day. Abshen. Yeah, my name is Martin Wacha Chauke. Saka kitlo go introduce our distinguished guest. Kitlo bala bio ya gage. Dr. Tlade, oh, sorry. Dr. Clyde Akano is a senior lecturer in linguistics and education at the King's College, London. Her research explores multilingualism and language in education and practices and policy in sub-Saharan Africa with a particular focus on the Gambia and Ghana. Those who don't know, Gambia is a country in Western Africa. I'm not talking about Zambia, just for clarity. Sorry. Using the participatory ethnographic method, she investigates how multilingual pedagogy can challenge linguistic hierarchies and promote educational justice. She leads the development of teacher training resource for linguistic diverse classroom. Her recent work has centered on the design and pilot implementation of a multilingual education teacher training toolkit developed through close collaboration with the partners in the Gambia. This work has included the development of the participatory this work has included the development of participatory approaches with university lectures, which are contributing to locally grounded approaches to multilingual pedagogy and continue to evolve following this pilot phase. The toolkit is in the process of being integrated into a 3-year one-teacher educational pathways at the University of Gambia. Early childhood education, English and Islamic studies from 2026 to 2027. Just please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Clyde, an avid teacher and avid scholar for life. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm going to have to lower the microphone because I am not as tall, and I've got to... it's on that side. Shall I? Okay. And then put it there. Okay. Can you hear me if the microphone is like that? Okay. Fabulous. Can you see the slides? Not yet. Not yet. They're going to appear very shortly. Meanwhile, okay, they're appearing. Meanwhile, I know that, in the program it says reflection and feedback. And I promise I'm going to do this, right? But first, I guess I need to be entirely honest. I really feel honored. Honored because for me, today is a historic moment. And I know it very well through my work in the Gambia. I know very well the struggles of not university in terms of integrating African languages in education. And I'm not being kind in saying that the work that I'm hearing about today at Unisa almost brings tears to my eyes, because it is working towards the better future we want for African children. It's outstanding. It's outstanding. So it makes my feedback and evaluation work a bit difficult. I'm not going to say anything that's particularly critical. So what I'll offer is words of caution, advice, thoughts that I may have based on an education context that's very different. So I'm going to say a few words about this education context. First, and you must have read my mind, Dr. Chauke, I grew up partly in Guyane, which is just north of Brazil, as you can see on the right-hand side. And it's not a former colony of France. It's one of these overseas departments, départements et territoires d'outre-mer, so colonies which didn't gain independence. So we've got a part of France in South America, just north of Brazil. And whenever I've mentioned Guyane, people will think Ghana. But then what I didn't expect, and it's my second visit in South Africa, is that going to South Africa, people might not necessarily know where the Gambia is. So the Gambia is on the west coast of Africa, and what's singular about it is that it's surrounded by Senegal. and it stretches along the Gambia River. And its width is determined by how far a cannon would go. That's how they decided on the border between the Gambia and Senegal. What does it speak of, obviously, is stories of the partition of Africa. It's also the smallest country on mainland Africa. So the kind of education context I'm going to be talking about is very different to that of South Africa, in that, for example, there is only one teacher training institution. Linguistically as well, it's got lesser languages, but it does have 7 national languages, which I'll refer to later, which live alongside English. What probably distinguishes the Gambia from many African countries is that if you go on the street, you're not going to hear some sort of standard Gambian English or an English-based Creole or Pidgin. You'll hear the national languages. And also, and I'm thinking of some of the things that were said today about the development of languages in South Africa. Relatively speaking, the development of the orthographies, for example, of Gambian languages is more recent, with some of them dating back to 2010. Another thing to mention is people generally do not know how, it's only a few people in the Gambia, but do not generally know how to read and write in those languages. Some teachers now, because of an early parallel biliteracy program that ran for a few years, were trained in reading and writing in the national languages. But otherwise, I just want you to give you a sense of when the first language in education policy of the Gambia was launched in 2023, where they say, okay, we want the national languages to be used as languages of instruction, it's groundbreaking. But it's also hugely challenging because it's not, one of the things you need to do is to support the teachers in developing literacy in their L1s, because they only have literacy in English or other dominant languages. So I just wanted to say this because I think it has implications in terms of how I might be engaging with some of the things that were shared today. I'll start by something that Dr. Mbude Mihana said. She said at some point in reference to the children, the students whom we're talking about, which color and which class do they belong to? So my work in the Gambia was really informed by the fact that I knew from experience, by looking at my nephews and nieces, by looking at the children of my friends, that the children who are not granted access to learning in the way that they should tend to be children from rural areas or socioeconomically deprived backgrounds. So I'm coming clean, as it were. Yes, I'm passionate about linguistics and education. I'm a senior lecturer in linguistics and education, but really my work related to multilingual education in the Gambia is for me a social justice issue first and foremost. I've been asked to say a few words about the work that I do in the Gambia. So the focus is on initial teacher training. So I work with really the only teacher training institution in the Gambia. It used to be called Gambia College. So some of you might know Gambia College. It's changed names. So it's now the University of Education, the Gambia, which means that the couple of courses that focused on education at the University of the Gambia are now migrating to the University of Education of the Gambia. And the teacher training toolkit we've developed, called Multilingual Pedagogy in the Gambia, roughly speaking, aims to introduce ECD and primary school teachers to the core principles of multilingual pedagogy and to get them to think about how they might want to apply it in terms of material development. But we're focusing mostly on written material development. The reason for this is that Ubuntu translanguaging, I'm assuming everyone in the room knows what Ubuntu translanguaging is the norm in the Gambia, but it's limited to oracy. So they've moved away from these strict English-only policies where, learners learners would be, made to wear, the skull of an animal, etc. But, teachers as well would be scolded if in the past if they were heard using national languages. So there's been a move away from this to the current situation where at ministry level, it's supported that the national languages should be used orally. However, as you know now, as of 2023 now, there is a policy in place saying we want the national languages to be used as languages of instruction. It's a flipped approach to teaching in that we want to free up time during the classes, and so we've got and also it's for practical reasons. We're still in the process of building capacity locally. So in that sense, there is expertise, but it's of a very different kind to that encountered in South Africa. So we've got pre-recorded lectures. The students and the teachers and the lecturers are expected to engage with the pre-recorded lecture ahead of the session, and then in the session, they focus on exploring the core concepts that have been introduced, etc. If you're sitting there and thinking, connectivity issues, Obviously, internet connectivity issues, is something that we've encountered, as well as the lack of projectors. So the way we've mediated this is in the toolkit. I'll show it to you very briefly. We've got the transcripts of the lectures, and we've got the slides. And so when that has been the case, there's been a fallback plan. Another fallback plan has been lecturers reverting to a more traditional mode of delivery where they would do a bit of the lecturing in class. Okay? I've got numbers here. I must admit, I've never really shared these numbers before. I've never really seen the point in doing so, but I think it's relevant because of the sheer number of students and 68 champions. 68 champions. I mean, these are not the numbers we're dealing with in the Gambia. You can see here the UEG, the University of Education, the Gambia, it's approximately 11, well, online, it's 11,300 students. The University of the Gambia is about 6,700 students. And yes, there are a couple of other universities, but that aren't particularly well known. And here I'm having another quote by Dr. Mbude Mehana. She said, we must train teachers to teach in their mother tongue. You can see that in the context that the Gambia resonates differently in that really the work that I'm talking to you about is the groundbreaking work, because to implement the kind of policy that I've just talked about, you need to train the teachers and the lecturers, for that matter, in reading and writing their languages. So the reception of the multilingual pedagogy course has been really enthusiastic because it's the first time in the country that people are having a space to discuss multilingualism. And I say this, very humbly. At the one-day conference we had at the end of the pilot last July, one of my colleagues who works for an education charity put her hand up and said exactly this. This is wonderful because it's the first time we're having a discussion about multilingualism in education. And I was genuinely surprised. I thought, but I realized no. The discussions that had been going on regarding the integration of Gambian languages in education were still somehow focusing on one language of instruction. With some educators saying, for example, to me when I talked about multilingual pedagogy, saying, yes, fine, but now we've got the policy, so you can't do anything multilingually until grade 4. So that's why I'm bringing up this particular quote from Dr. Mbude Mehana. I'm going to show you the toolkit very briefly. And I want to draw your attention to two separate things. The toolkit on the one hand and the multilingual resource bank. The multilingual resource bank, what we want it to be is resources whose development is led by teachers based on the needs that they identify. So when we had a one-week workshop about 4 years ago with 5 teachers, what I said to them is, okay, we've talked about multilingual pedagogy, etc. Let's think about developing material resources together. What do you want? Choose topics that you think would be beneficial. And they chose colors, numbers, plane shapes, the alphabets. I was surprised by colors and numbers, but they turned around to me and they said, but no. If you ask a Gambian child, although there is the problem of literacy in English that is underpinning all the work that we're doing, if you show them a $5 note, you tell them how many dollars is that, they will say $5. So there I was being confronted to my own assumptions about where needs might be. So I'll show you this shortly. Regarding the 10 languages that are selected there, we thought, okay, we need to start somewhere. Let's start with the national languages, which are often talked about in education context, and then let's include the other 3 dominant languages, as it were, that are also talked about in the Gambian education context, namely English, French, and Arabic. So the Gambia is 97, 98% Muslim, so hence what I'll say a bit later about the madrasas. I'll open it very... Let's see, if it doesn't work, it doesn't really matter. And as you can see here, the work is research-informed, so I didn't decide to develop a teacher training. In fact, I'd be lying if I said that when I had this 1-week workshop with the 5 teachers on the back of some research fieldwork I had, that I thought it was going to be a toolkit. To my mind, I was having a discussion with 5 teachers, and it's them who said at the end, this needs to be an online toolkit. And then once we had the online toolkit, and I was visiting the vice principal of the University of Education, the Gambia, she said, well, this needs to be piloted in our institution. So it's not, I don't want you to think that from the word go, we knew that it was going to become a toolkit. So this is the landing page. By the way, it's public-facing. At the moment, it's a prototype, so you might want to consult it, but bearing in mind that it will change quite drastically between now and October, November next year. So we've got some, practical considerations here. Here, bearing in mind the connectivity issues, we've got a folder where students or lecturers who might have connectivity issues can download the videos, can download the text of the toolkit. I'll open it quickly. So this is how it looks. We've got, as you can see, 10 different units. We've got, an about section with welcome, etc., etc. I'll show you the first unit. So this unit, for example, is about linguistic diversity and teachers. Now, the toolkit has been developed with primary school teachers in mind. The feedback we got from the first year, we've had 2 years of piloting. The feedback we got after the first year was, what about ECD teachers? So now we're embedding ECD teachers. So in this unit, we go over a few facts and definitions useful for teachers who teach in linguistically diverse contexts. For example, after exploring the concept of multilingualism, we discuss examples of translanguaging practices that happen in classrooms in the Gambia. So linguistic and cultural responsiveness is something that we take seriously. This is the pre-recorded lecture, the slides, the transcript. Each time we've got activities. It doesn't mean that the lecturers must do these activities, but it means that we're mindful of the heavy workload and that some of them may have time to explore ways to play with what's being talked about and some less, in which case they've got materials available to them. And then we always have further resources as well. I'll show you very quickly the multilingual resource bank. Again, that's going to change because of the responsive nature of the work. We'll have to reflect the ECD focus. So at the moment, it's very much about primary school education. So this is for the body parts. So what we're aiming, we're in the process of developing further resources. We were a bit set back because the University of Education has decided to introduce the course to the Islamic Studies Department, which is wonderful. which is wonderful, but which means that we need to develop everything in Arabic. So that's what I've been busy with this academic year, rather than working with teachers and translators on developing further resources, but that's what we want to do. So, each time we have a landing page with the vocabulary in the 10 languages. We'll have a separate section focusing on Gambian Sign Language, and then we've got resources that, the teachers have suggested. Okay? I think I'll stop there. I want to move on to the pilot. So the pilot, as you can see, that's the first pilot. There was another pilot this year. So we've involved mostly pre-service teachers, but in-service teachers as well. And what's been interesting is the response of in-service teachers. What they found, if I must be honest, the one thing that they found particularly inspiring is multilingual storytelling. And that's been interesting considering, issues around the erosion of not only the Gambian storytelling culture, but, African story culture more generally. And where we're at, I've already hinted at the fact that now the course is going to be introduced across the 3 pathways in the University of Education, the Gambia, and as of next year, it will be formally embedded in the curriculum. And we've also and I guess we'll have a discussion about assessment as well. We're also introducing a multilingual pedagogy rubric, which applies to secondary school teachers, although the secondary school teachers are not attending the training. So I just wanted to say this so that you know where I'm coming from in terms of the feedback that I'm going to share now. When the policy of the language in education, the language policy of Unisa was shared with me, I was gobsmacked. And I thought, immediately I was thinking, I need to send this. I need to send this to Aissatou Ndao, who's the vice principal of UEG and who's been really supportive and instrumental in enabling the work despite her very busy schedule. And I thought, because of conversations we've had and because of the kinds of initiatives that UEG is taking, I thought I need to send this. But what I liked about it most, it's not the fact that yes, of course, it's the fact that it's including, all these languages, etc. But it's the fact that it's candid. It's candid and it's forward-looking. And what really stood out for me is this: mother tongue-based multilingual education to support all South African students studying at Unisa is an ideal. And the word ideal was really important to me here. That must be the ultimate goal. I thought, these people mean business. I'd never come across a policy where it was so honest about the fact that, okay, we know that it's an idea, because to my mind, the reason why so many initiatives fail is because they're half-hearted attempts, and people, their heart might not be, for whichever reasons, I'm not judging, but their heart might not be in it, and therefore they aim to do things that aren't realistic. And then it became even better. The first practicable steps should be taken now to start on this road. And, in terms of me being grateful, I'm grateful that today I'm finding out about those practicable steps, and I'm finding out that it's a lot more than I'd envisaged. I'm citing you here, Dr. Monarang. You said, we at Unisa are the first to include translanguaging as a method of sense-making. And it explains why today I'm wowed. I think we were talking about, you being, I think it was you saying maybe us being pioneers in 2030. At the risk of offending you, I think you're pioneers in 2026. I think it's fair to say. The Multilingual Pedagogy Hub, I think, yes, we evoked it as something to aspire to in the future, but I think it's there in the making, and it's probably there more than in the making. It's really happening. So I can see what I'm hearing about today is really this ecosystem supportive of African languages and the student and children of South Africa and beyond. I'm not hearing that it's an ecosystem supportive only of South African languages. That's not what I'm hearing, and to my mind, that's really important. So I'd like to move on to a few points where I think, okay, maybe there's room for reflection there. 5 minutes, okay, I'll be quick. So first, the cascading approach and training. It's ambitious, an ambitious large-scale implementation across many faculties. The risk is that this cascading model always carries the risk that the pedagogical message along the lines might become diluted. So we don't want that to happen. A suggestion, obviously for obvious reasons, I haven't had much time to think about suggestions, but I think, refreshing the training at each stage rather than assuming that it's going to be passed on smoothly might be an idea. Here, for each suggestion, I've got a question. So the question here is asking, okay, how are you ensuring that the training doesn't only reproduce content, but also enables trainers and trainees to re-engage more deeply with what they're being trained in. So that was my first point. Second point has to do with classroom observation and evaluation. And, so we're talking about the business of monitoring. You're clearly thinking very carefully about what happens in the classroom. And from my experience, classroom observation is a critical area, although it raises issues regarding what is made visible by the change and what actually is measurable. So in the Gambia, I've already mentioned the Multilingual Pedagogy Initiative, which is, one of many solutions. But to what extent are multilingual practices explicitly observed and assessed? I'm putting all my questions in the present tense, because I sense that some of the things I'm thinking about in the future are already happening. That's what I'm noticing today, and that's why I'm enthused. Or do they remain somewhat implicit within the broader teaching evaluation? So here I'm thinking about monitoring, spaces for discussion and reflection. I feel really strongly about this, really, really strongly about this. And I think that those spaces for reflection and discussion should go beyond the boundaries of the country. So yes, there's a commitment to training and capacity building. Here my question is, okay, what formal or informal structures exist to support ongoing reflection among lecturers and students and other key actors beyond the initial training? And what does the Melter... Here you can see, and I've forgotten the capital letter, we've talked about the Multilingual Pedagogy Hub. Well, what does it look like in practice? And when I say this, I'd almost wanted to ask the champions to stand up, and I thought maybe, But here, Unisa, wonderful, that, those of you, Dr. Munaring, not Dr. Muhange, wonderful, but really I know too well that the project is dependent on the champions. And the kind of enthusiasm I've noticed, and I know from discussions that it's not only them, it is key. Without their support, without their enthusiasm, the project will fall flat on its face. So I think it's really important to pay attention to those spaces for them. Redefining multilingualism and multiliteracy. So to my mind, there's clear evidence that, the business of, multilingualism as a pedagogical resource clearly is taken seriously, very seriously. And the bias towards oral forms that I expected, I'm being honest here, I know that it wasn't borne out. I know that it wasn't borne out from what I heard today and from discussions I've had. So I'm asking, rather than saying what I had anticipated, I would say, I'm asking, okay, how far do current assessment practices capture the full range of multilingual competencies being promoted pedagogically? So something I think worth considering as well as oral competence. Institutional and management level factor. Okay, we don't need to say anything about the institutional factor. It's evident. I mean, how impressed am I by the genuine synergy between Unisa, between the individuals involved in the project and the DBE and other university, and obviously Professor Makelela, who behind the scenes is organizing it all. So I think this is apparent. However, implementation is often shaped by practical factors such as recruitment, teacher allocation, workload, and these can sometimes really hinder an initiative like the beautiful initiative that we're hearing about today. So I've got a question here. What institutional constraints or enabling factors are shaping multilingual pedagogy in practice at Unisa? What could be improved? So you can see that I was being truthful in saying I'm rather sharing, words of caution and warning. Ubuntu translanguaging, I've got a quote here. I mean, this is something that Professor Muckleneuk said only day before yesterday. Currently, the policy focuses on introducing, I'll be quick, introducing named languages. I'm asking here with the question, to what extent could that be reflected at the level of the policy? So I'm noticing a gap between the policy and what I'm hearing. It's a wonderful gap, but I'm wondering whether maybe the policy should be modified. I'll share the slides. I had a point about training across cultures insofar as you're not only dealing with the College of Education, where usually people are very enthusiastic, you're also dealing with people with backgrounds in the sciences, for example, where the idea of integrating African languages might seem a bit more daunting. Am I allowed to say something about sustainability? And I'll leave the participation out of it. I feel really strongly that time and time again, and most people in the room will know this, there are wonderful multilingual education initiatives, micro initiatives, initiatives that are, that involve ministries and that plan to roll out some sort of program nationwide. The pilot goes really well. We've got a wonderful, positive pilot. And then when comes the implementation, time and time again, you give, within 3 years, the project fails. That's not me saying it. If you engage with literature, it's all out there. So in my work, and that's why it's taken more time, I've really tried to pay attention to sustainability. I do think that participation, genuine collective thinking, not the tokenistic participation, is key. But here I think, I'll read this. So the sustainability of multilingual education initiatives in Africa depends less on pilot success and more on genuine and systematic institutional embedding. That's what I said at the Ubuntu Translanguaging Winter School earlier this week. So what I was trying to emphasize here is that sustainability is not only pedagogical. We're hearing a lot of pedagogy-focused stories today, but it's also institutional, and a lot of what's happening is very encouraging in that sense. Here you can see I've got conditions of sustainability, but I'm asking this question here about sustainability. How has it been envisaged? What is in place to ensure that the work is sustainable beyond these enthusiastic people that we have in the room, and that's wonderful? Would it withstand a change in leadership? And then here, I was inspired by some of what the lecturers were sharing. I mean, there's a lot that's being shared. For example, sustainability applies to what happens in the classroom. You seem to be developing ad hoc glossaries. Are we thinking sustainably? Are we capturing this, this really important work? Are we making it digital, et cetera, et cetera? So I'll leave you on this note. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to take part in this event. I think I owe probably a special thank you to Professor Muckleneuk, because if it wasn't for him, I would not know about the work that's taking place. And I generally wish you the best on your journey.
Thank you very much, Rakgadi Clyde. And it is promising that as Unisans, we are going somewhere. You will realize that there are some few changes that we have made on the program, and we need to be on time. So after Rakharit Light, we are going to take students who will take 5 minutes each. And let us hear what are the benefits of languaging in the classroom from the students. They will take 5 minutes each, and student K. Mukwena and M. Rapedi, as they are getting ready. The other change, Prof. Makalela will come after the students for a few minutes just to sum up whatever that is happening, and we will go for lunch. The reason is that 2 o'clock we should all be seated. We will be blessed, advantaged, honored to hear from the mother of trans language, the first person. I guess everybody's looking forward to listen to her. And we need to be on time, and we must thank her. I mean, she just, life where she is starts at 9, but she decided to be online at 8. So we should be on time. 2 o'clock we'll be here to listen. If we are taking time over lunch, the Chuchumakhala will just leave you behind. Students, 5 minutes each, Mukwena and M. Morapedi. I think media team, are you projecting? K. Mukwena, will you be able to share?
Hello.
Yes. I'm not sure if you are sharing or you will just talk.
No, I will just talk. I'm not sharing.
Okay.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good day, everyone. All protocols observed. Without wasting any further time, my name is Kabelo Mukwena. I'm a student in the Law of Damages module at the University of South Africa. I am honored to have the opportunity to share my experiences regarding the use of translanguaging as a learning approach in this module and the impact it had on my understanding of legal concepts. When I first enrolled in the Law of Damages module, I anticipated that it will be challenging. Like many law students, I quickly discovered that legal studies involve learning a specialized language that often differs significantly from the language we use in our daily lives.
Can I interject? Sorry for disturbing the flow. The media team is requesting us who are in here, please mute. That's what makes the echo. So please ensure that you have muted those who are joining in here online. Please mute. Sorry about that, Ntatemukwana. You can go ahead. If you don't, if you like, you can even show your face. Thanks.
Oh, okay. When I first enrolled in the Law of Damages module, I anticipated that it will be challenging, like many students. I quickly discovered that legal studies involve learning a specialized language that often differs significantly from the language we use in our daily lives. The module introduced concepts such as patrimonial laws, non-patrimonial laws, causation, remoteness of damage, mitigation of loss, and the quantification of damages. While these concepts are essential to the study and practice of law, understanding them through legal terminology alone was not always easy. One of the challenges I encountered was that legal language can sometimes feel distant from the realities and experiences of ordinary people. When reading prescribed materials for the first time, I often found myself rereading certain sections in an attempt to understand exactly what the authors meant. Although legal definitions provide precision, they can also create barriers to understanding when students are still developing their legal knowledge. What made a significant difference in this module was the manner in which the concepts were presented during lectures. The lectures did not simply repeat textbook definitions. Instead, they explained the legal principles using practical examples and real-life situations. This helped me move beyond memorization and towards genuine understanding. I began to appreciate how the law of damages operates in everyday life and how legal principles are applied when people suffer losses due to wrongful conduct of others. However, the most transformative aspect of my learning experience was the introduction of translanguaging activities through the discussion forums. As students, we were encouraged to identify legal terms and explain them in our home languages. For me, this created a bridge between legal knowledge and my existing linguistic cultural knowledge. As a speaker of an African language, I found that translating legal concepts into my mother tongue required more than simply finding equivalent words. In many cases, there were no direct translations available. This meant that I had to think carefully about the meaning of the concept and then explain it in a way that will make sense to someone who may not have the legal background. For example, before I could explain a concept such as causation in my home language, I first had to understand exactly how law determines whether a person's conduct caused another person's loss. Similarly, when translating concepts related to patrimonial loss or compensation, I had to focus on the underlying ideas rather than merely repeating textbook definitions. This process strengthened my understanding because it forced me to engage deeply with the content. I realized that translanguaging is not simply about translation, it's about meaning making. It allows students to use all the linguistic resources available to them in order to understand and communicate knowledge. Through this approach, I was able to connect the legal with familiar experience, examples, and cultural understandings. As a result, the content became more accessible and less intimidating. Another important benefit was the confidence that translanguaging gave me as a student. In many academic settings, students feel pressurized to express themselves only in English, even when they understand a concept better in another language. The discussion forum created a space where our linguistic diversity was recognized as a strength rather than limitation. This experience reminded me that multilingualism should be viewed as an educational resource. South Africa is a multilingual country with 11 official languages, yet higher education often relies heavily on English. While English remains important for legal practice and academic communication, students should be encouraged to draw on their home language to facilitate understanding and learning. The translanguaging activities also highlighted the importance of inclusivity in education. Students come from diverse linguistic, cultural, and educational backgrounds. When educators acknowledge and value this diversity, students are more likely to participate actively and engage meaningfully in the learning process. I believe that translanguaging contributes to a more equitable educational environment because it gives students multiple pathways to understanding complex content. Furthermore, I found that participating in the discussion forums improved my critical thinking skills. Explaining legal concepts in my own words required me to analyze, interpret, and evaluate information rather than simply reproduce it. This active engagement helped me develop a deeper understanding of the law and enhanced my ability to communicate legal ideas clearly. This experience made me appreciate the relationship between language and knowledge. Language is not merely a tool for communication, it is also a tool for thinking. When students are able to engage with academic content through languages that are meaningful to them, learning becomes more effective and more personal. As I progressed through the module, I noticed that my understanding of legal concepts improved significantly. Concepts that initially seemed difficult became easier to grasp because I could connect them to explanation and examples that made sense in my own linguistic context. I became more confident when reading legal material and participating in academic discussions. Importantly, translanguaging did not replace the use of legal terminology.
Sorry, Ramkwena. Please just wrap up in a minute, please.
Yeah, I'm finishing in just in a second. The difference was that I now understand those terms more thoroughly because I could connect them to explanations in a language that was familiar to me. In conclusion, my experience in the law of damages has shown me that learning is most effective when students are allowed to use all the resources available to them, including their languages. The lectures, practical example, discussion forums, and translanguaging activities all contributed positively to my learning journey. I would like to thank the lecturer for introducing this innovative approach and creating opportunities for students to engage with legal concepts in meaningful ways. I'm grateful to have been part of this learning experience, and I hope similar initiatives will continue to be developed in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I guess Rakhadi Mohammed, that's your student. Thank you very much. Good thing that is going on here. Student M. Rapedi, your 5 minutes. Please, if you can also, you can show your face. That would be lovely.
My apologies, Program Director. My camera is not working. However, I will be sharing my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, that's fine. 5 minutes you have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would you kindly just confirm that everyone can see my presentation?
Yes, we can, but engage it in the presentation mode.
Thank you, sir. Oh, it is presentation mode. Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Makazase Alzina Morabedi, and I will be focusing on translanguaging praxis and epistemic access in a codal institution. And this is my perspective as a fourth-year LLB student at Unisa. Greetings to all distinguished academics, professors, lecturers, fellow students, and members of the Directorate of Language Services. I'd like to begin with a question. What does access to higher education truly mean? Is access simply the ability to register at a university, receive a student number, and complete an assignment and graduate? Or does access mean something far deeper than actually ensuring that we understand, we engage with, we question, we critique, and ultimately be able to produce knowledge as students? This distinction lies at the heart of today's conversation. In higher education, we often celebrate increased enrollment and widening participation, yet admission into a university does not automatically guarantee meaningful participation in learning. There is a profound difference between formal access and epistemic access. So formal access allows a student to enter the university, whereas epistemic access allows a student to enter the world of knowledge. Formal access opens the door. Epistemic access enables understanding. Formal access places a student in a learning environment. Epistemic access empowers that student to engage critically, to think independently, and to contribute meaningfully to academic discourse. So for many students in multilingual contexts, such as South Africa, these two forms of access are not always the same. A student may have access to the institution, yet still struggle to access understanding. A student may be physically present in higher education, yet remain excluded from full participation in knowledge construction. It is within this space that translanguaging becomes significant. As a fourth-year LLB student studying law of damages at Unisa, my experience of translanguaging has shown me how language can either create barriers to learning or become a powerful bridge to understanding. Today, I would like to share how translanguaging, praxis, and epistemic access intersect within my own learning journey and why I believe they hold important implications for the future of inclusive higher education at Unisa and beyond. As a Sesotho-speaking LLB student, I often understand legal concepts first in my home language before translating that understanding into formal legal English. Rather than being a weakness, this is a process that is very valuable to me. It is a valuable cognitive resource that supports my learning and critical thinking. In Law of Damages, lecturers promote understanding by simplifying complex legal concepts and using practical, relatable examples. This helps bridge the gap between technical legal language and everyday experience, making principles such as negligence, causation, and many others easier to understand. The Law of Damages discussion forum really provided an important space for translanguaging and peer learning. Engaging with legal concepts in both Sesotho and English enabled me to deepen my understanding, clarifying difficult concepts and strengthening my legal reasoning. I will now be discussing translanguaging beyond language. A common question arises, is translanguaging simply code switching? I don't believe it's code switching. My answer is no. I don't think that translanguaging is simply code switching. To reduce translanguaging to code switching is to miss its deeper intellectual significance. Translanguaging is not the mechanical switching between separate language systems. Rather, it is the intentional and strategic use of a multilingual speaker's full linguistic repertoire to make meaning, build knowledge, and engage in critical thinking. I'm going to now reflect on praxis. Praxis is about reflection in action. I was first introduced to the concept of praxis during my first LLB skills course at Unisa. Praxis refers to the dynamic relationship between reflection and action. These are not separate steps, but interconnected processes that shape and deepen understanding. This idea becomes clearer through Paulo Freire's critique of the banking model of education, where knowledge is simply transferred from lecturer to student as if the student is an empty vessel, and we are not. Instead, Freire proposes a more active form of learning, grounded in critical consciousness, where students engage with knowledge, they question it and use it to make sense of and potentially transform their reality. So one would ask, how does praxis relate to translanguaging? In practice, translanguaging does more than support learning. It brings praxis into action. For example, when I engage with a legal principle in Sesotho, I test its meaning, I reflect on its conceptual depth. Okay, and then reframe it within the English legal terminology. As I conclude, I'd like to return to the question which I began with, and that is, what does access to higher education truly mean? If access means entering the gates of a university, then many of us already have access. But if access means understanding, questioning, creating and transforming knowledge, then the conversation becomes much deeper. My journey as a Sesotho-speaking LLB student has taught me that language is not simply a vehicle through which knowledge travels. Language is where knowledge begins. Before I write a legal argument in English, I often wrestle with its meaning in Sesotho. For many multilingual students, this is not an unusual process. It is our everyday reality. The challenge, therefore, is not whether students translanguage. The challenge is whether higher education institutions recognize translanguaging as a legitimate intellectual practice. When universities embrace translanguaging, they do more than accommodate linguistic diversity. They expand epistemic access. They affirm that understanding can emerge through multiple linguistic pathways. They acknowledge that academic excellence is not weakened by multilingualism, it is threatened by it. So what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that students do not leave their languages at the university gate. They bring them into every lecture. They bring their languages into every assignment, every discussion forum, and every act of learning. The question before us now, ladies and gentlemen, is whether higher education will continue to ask students to silence those languages or whether it will harness them as powerful tools for knowledge creation. I believe the future belongs to institutions that choose the latter. Institutions that understand that multilingualism is not a problem to be solved, but a resource to be cultivated. Institutions that recognize that true access is not simply access to university, it is access to understanding, it is access to knowledge, it is access to possibility, and it is through translanguaging that many students, including myself, are able to find that pathway. Thank you.
It seemingly we are going somewhere. And thank you very much for this symposium. Before we could go to our international...
Thank you.
Thank you, Memorapedi. You did well. Before we can go to our international expert in the field, we have our local who will do the summation of the Multilingual Pedagogies Symposium in few minutes, in 5 minutes, 3 minutes. And that 3 minutes is not actually enough. But I know he will make it in 3 minutes. And immediately after him, Rangwani, le Prof, and Prof Magalela, I will ask you to remain, and they will join you as we are going to give some awards quickly, and we'll go for lunch. Thank you.
What a moment to be alive. I'm happy, I'm privileged, and it's quite an exciting moment, a very emotional moment to see what Unisa has done in such a very, very short space of time. It does take courage, it does take vision and wanting to risk. I'm here just to thank the champions for the work that they have done as they did what they did here. It felt that multilingual pedagogy, or translanguage in particular, is alive. So what I'm seeing is that we are moving from champions to a movement. I'm sure everybody will remember that I'm notorious for saying that I live for change, and I don't know any reality called impossible, right? So this is precisely the moment we have been waiting for when we say every generation has as its defining contribution. Unisa in its 153 years. Today, multilingualism moves from policy aspiration to pedagogical reality. In other words, we are now in the classroom where multilingualism needs to breathe. Today is not the end of the training, but today is the beginning of implementation. It's quite heartwarming to see students already having the feel and the changes that they are experiencing through already what you call implementation. It is a historic moment in 3 senses. One, the #1 translanguaging scholar is here with Unisa today endorsing the work that Unisa is doing. Number 2, the #1 mother tongue-based bilingual education in the Department of Basic Education is here with Unisa today endorsing the work that Unisa is doing. And number 3, we have got a peer reviewer who is outside all the way from the UK, Dr. Clyde Ankano, who says what she's seeing is an amazing in the world because there's nothing like Unisa. And there's nothing like what, this is history in the making. Nobody has actually come closer to where Unisa is today. 150 years after its establishment, Unisa chose to become the first university in the world to systematically embed Ubuntu translanguaging into teaching, learning, assessment, and curriculum transformation. That's huge. Wits University has never done this. University of Cape Town has never done this. And nobody in the world has ever done this. People have done research in small pockets and all of that, but systematically implementing at the faculty level, nobody has been as organized as Unisa. And I know my colleague, Dr. Clyde, spoke about the challenges of cascading model. Unisa has taken this very, very responsibly to saying it is a recursive kind of cascading where phase one involved the faculties. In fact, before the faculty champions, it was overall, bringing everybody in the faculty as part of orientation. There was orientation before the faculty champions. And now in phase two, you are seeing faculty pilots where there are selected modules, lessons have been redesigned, but this is not curriculum replacement. Somebody spoke about the vitamins. We are talking about infusion, incrementally, every day, small doses, but larger impacts. As you hear the students saying, that cognitively, I'm feeling better in the law of damage because now I understand the concept better. In fact, I take the leave that the student says it's not about just translation or having bilingual concepts. It's about what is the competence that comes when the two languages come together. Okay. Now phase three is about evidence, and we are seeing that already happening. Every classroom becoming a learning laboratory. Amazing opportunities for first-class, blue sky research unknown in the world. Phase four, of course, we hope that from this symposium, this becomes the mark of what we call institutional implementation. But this is the first leg of what Unisa would potentially do, where you take the evidence, there are now faculty guidelines, and then you go back to the policy, and then it becomes the culture of this institution for the next 153 years. And this becomes the Unisa way. The challenge is that as we move into the next sessions in the last minute, this is the last thing I'm saying, implementation is science, which means it has to be planned, it has to be systematic. So I'm going to caution our champions that as they go into the faculties, we want to implement this responsibly in a manner that we don't spill stuff out of proportion. It has to still be organized with the central coordinating unit being the Language Services Directorate, with these kind of feedback loops. We need to be tied to the mission. We need to be disciplined to that mission so that victory in the end, we have that. Let every lesson redesign to inspire another. Let every faculty build a community of practice, of course, with the leaders that are already in there. The symposium is sort of over after Ophelia Garcia, but the work really begins now. And as I say, Unisa leads the pact, the first in the world hub for multilingual education implementation. I think the key is implementation. We have got the hub for multilingual education literacies, but it doesn't lead with implementation. Therefore, that's why then we leave for change and in a very, very systematic and organized way. Thank you, colleagues.
I'll ask Prof. Makalela to remain, Dr. Monaring and Prof. Mahano. They will join Prof. Makalela, and they will be awarding certificates. Yeah, I can take you.
Once again, good afternoon and thank you for participating throughout. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. We are just going to be gracious and thankful to the people who have graduated as champions that will continue to drive the implementation of translanguaging pedagogy. So I will be calling the names. And obviously some of them could not make it. Those who are here will come and collect and they're present. Then the order is as you see it. We've got Ntate Makalela, Rakgadi Tlight, and Rakgadi Mahano. It's hey, it's Rakgadi. Hey, so then the papas as well. Okay. I will be calling the names out. Rakgadi Nompumelelo Magagula. Okay, all right. Rakgadi Itlaka, Kuchoso. Itlaka. Yeah. Then you can pass this thing. Yeah, it's not okay. Thank you. Dr. Tandiwe Mdlungu. Mr. Patrick Matzimela. Advocate Cortelia Bai. Rakgadi Razia Mohammed.
The law of damages. Damages. The law of damages.
Everyone knows damages now.
Rakgadi Rika Dry. Nolukanya Mdaka Rakgadi. Sorry, it's Mukala. Yes, Rakgadi. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ndade Charles Maeba. Ndade Stephen Tlongwani. Dr. Elliot Ndlovu. Ndade Mark van Heerden. Rakgadi Lalendle Tavita. Rakgadi G.A. Falyun. Dr. Sander Debi. Ndate, oh, okay, all right. That comes together. Ndate Masuve Lawrence. Rakgadi Nontobeko Kumar. Dr. Makwalete Malaji. Rakgadi Molohadi Maisela. Dr. Paul Mutsening. Mdanabo Rakase Rakgadi. Okay. Rakgadi Lawrence Nesongoze. Okay. Professor Joseph Chisaza. Dr. Francina Ganyani. Ndate Aaron Masoa. Ndate Chabuke Malaga. Dr. Elson Kambule. Professor Matsidisi Masilo Ndlovu, Dr. Beauty Libito, Rakgadi Tentswalo Nkuna, Ntate Ntshwari Mohlala, Rakgadi Margaret Maja,
statistician.
Ntate Muchekwane Mudise, Rakgadi Constance Nzaule, Professor Matthias Mujinga,
The Dean of Accounting is here. Must take a photo with the.
Ntate Mulama Molefe, Rakgadi Lillian Maja, Tatana Arun Mabasa, Ntate Samuel Matlangu, Professor Walter Matli, Professor David Millo, Dr. Thandiwe Mhlungu, Ntate Patrick Matsemela, Advocate Maite Mudiba, Advocate Contilia Bai, Rakgadi Nompumelelo Magagula, Rakgadi Anita Sukari, Ntate Lungelo Mutsamai, Dr. Elson Kambule,
You have passed.
Okay. Rakgadi Jessica Nel, Rakgadi Mashala Mashaba, Advocate Maite Mudiba, Dr. Sbongile Mahana, Dr. Patricia Mushaba, Dr. Muleko Habai Biwe, Dr. Samson Shabalala, Dr. Sibilaro Musupye, Ntate Abod Niko Ngobo, Rakgadi Sukuma Ramasodi, sorry, Rakgadi Tumishang Seku, Rakgadi Ntombotolo Fagu, Rakgadi Kileba Mang Mukupi. Oh, this is a mistake.
Oh, yeah.
Again. Okay. Rakgadi Zunziswa Mavuso. Rakgadi Charlotte Mahlangu. Dr. Elliot Ndlovu. Advocate Cotilia Bai. I think this is a repetition. This one is a repetition. Rakgadi Tabang Munyela. Rakgadi Miriam Makopo. Rakgadi Mdanalo Rakase. Get the repetitions here. Clear now. Dr. Flavio Masubelele. Professor Hunga Masengo. Dr. Pierre D. Jagger. Rakgadi Ivarapo. Dr. Muchingani Mawasani. Muchinyani. Ntate Madlandlofu Zemele Mnikati. Rakgadi Madlomo Babalwa Khaisha. Professor Vuisile Musila. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Musila. Colleagues, we are very grateful that you went through this program, and you're going to be the ground soldier for the directorate, for the department, for the university, to drive transformation in the form of translanguaging. As we have indicated, I think that Makala has indicated that we're going to have a meeting with you as the champions. And we have drafted a program on how we're going to be getting into the space of the colleges so that we can call the colleagues and then we start implementing the process. Ntate Madlandlofu will continue sending information to you so that we can meet and start doing the planning. We really appreciate every moment and all the effort that you've given to make this institution the only institution, I repeat, the only institution that has got the temerity, the guts, the chutzpah, sebidi to take on translanguaging as the main sense-making pedagogy in their production of students for the South African and even beyond community. We are relevant, we're taking the lead, we're serious about it, and this is a revolution. We want all of you to come together so that we work as we go forward. Rakgadi Gathia is going to come in and speak. We want you to listen to her. She's elderly, she knows what she's talking about. She started this movement, and we're going to continue doing that. It's a respect to ourselves. Okay,
thank you. We want to thank the leadership of the institution. In particular, now I want to quote Tate Dr. Moses Hlongwane, the Executive Dean of the College of Accounting Sciences. Amongst all the colleges, he's the only dean that came today and stayed up to this time. Shall we applaud and lululate for Professor Hlongwane? Thank you so much. When the leadership is not supporting the initiative, it will not go forward. Mayor Dr. Clyde spoke about sustainability. Yes, we have piloted, but if you are not supported in your college, it will not go anywhere. You will try to call academics, they'll say, who's this one? But when the dean is behind and the entire management, the whole process will be successful. Thank you so much. And we thank also everybody who came. I'm about to leave for Boxback conference. I will listen to Prof while I'm driving online. Thank you so much for honoring this day. We really appreciate, and all our keynote speakers from Wits University, from London, UK. We are really appreciative, and also from DBE and all the other colleagues that have joined online. We really appreciate everybody who's here. We know that you are a champion of transformation and you want to see us promoting other languages that were marginalized in the past. We really appreciate you. As I move out, don't say I'm disrespectful of the event. My other colleagues are waiting for student support. We are also going to get Prof. Vukosi speaking from 3 o'clock at the conference. So it's AI in student support. Thank you so much, colleagues. May the good Lord bless you. Eat my food, ne? Because I'm not. Thank you.
All right. We are going to eat lunch. We have 30 minutes. And in honor of Prof. Mahano, as she's going out and not eating, we will start with her table. Because she was seated there, the VIP table. Please let us start with you. And from there, we will go table by table. And I am told that there are those who indicated that they are eating a different diet or special diet. Your meal is prepared at the back there. You will see it has your name tag on it, meaning that people like me won't take chances to go and take what I didn't ask for. So the rest of us, we are going to join that table. Thank you. Please let us be back at 2 o'clock. in a jiffy, and we will proceed with our program. Perhaps I should, let me get. May I ask, is it possible to flight it in the meantime as we are waiting? How many of us enjoyed so far? How many of us are learning something so far? I have good news. Tomorrow, Dr. Clyde, all the way from UK, will be running a, can I call it a workshop? I think you have seen it on some of us, on our global mail, AI for the academic researcher. Interesting, eh? Scary. But scary. And beautiful topics that she will touch in there. I see the diagnostic Mentimeter, it's in there. I think they will just flash it there, and you will see how beautiful the program looks like, which AI tool. AI is bigger than LLMS. She will be looking at prompt engineering. She'll be looking at general academic writing and so on. Let me not exhaust this program. Otherwise, you get the gist. Come and see. I am urging you tomorrow between 12. Actually, this was meant for a department. But because Dr. Monaring is generous, he felt that no, everybody must come and listen to this talk. So it is open for everybody. You are all welcome. And if you want to attend, it will be in here. As you are going out, if you want to attend, register your name with the DLS ladies at the back at the table there to show your interest. Please don't miss this one. It is at 12 to 2. Thank you. And Prof, I think we will call you to come and introduce without waste of time so that our next speaker, Mayor Ophelia, Rakgadi Ophelia, she is online now, and we are ready and we are eager to hear from her. Thank you. Thank you. Come, Prof.
Our colleagues, honors guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and a deeply personal honor to introduce the scholar whose work fundamentally transformed the landscape of multilingual education across the world, Professor Ophelia Garcia. There are scholars who make important contributions in a field, but there are very rare scholars who redefine the field itself. Professor Garcia unquestionably is one of those scholars. Today, she's widely recognized as the foremost scholar of translanguaging. We call it the #1 in the world. Through her groundbreaking work, she has challenged long-held assumptions about language, bilingualism, and education, helping us understand that multilingualism is not about keeping languages apart, but about dynamic and integrated ways in which people draw on their full linguistic repertoires to make meaning, learn, and flourish. Her scholarship has transformed classrooms all over the world, influenced education policy, and one of those, of course, translanguaging and mother tongue-based bilingual education in South Africa, which began and is in motion through the DBE and in particular Dr. Mbuda Mehana, who was here with us this morning, and inspires researchers on every continent. Allow me to share a personal story very quickly. Many years ago, I visited Rutgers University in the States, and I saw a poster announcing translanguaging, and I had no idea what that was. And I asked people a week after she left to say, I see this thing called translanguaging. What is it? And who? Then they gave me the name, and I started to pursue her until one day she landed in South Africa. We were at a Melville at a restaurant, and then as we began to talk about this translanguaging in the African context, it was through that tape on that table where the idea of the African version of that, where we had the concept of Ubuntu in the translanguaging emerge. Looking back, I can say that the seeds of what has now grown into Ubuntu translanguaging were planted around that table. They do not simply, that is the remarkable thing that great scholars actually do. Professor Garcia has done that for generations of scholars across the globe. Her distinguished academic career has included appointments at Teachers College, Columbia University, Long Island University, the Graduate Center of the City University of New York, where she is Professor Emerita. Her books, classics, Bilingual Education in the 21st Century, A Global Perspective, and Translanguaging, Language, Bilingualism, and Education, are what you call foundational texts. In fact, you don't write work on translanguaging without citing these works. She has received virtually every measure, honor in our field, that our field can bestow, rather, including election to the American Academy of Arts, Sciences, and member of the National Academy of Education, the Modern Language Association Distinguished Service, to the Profession Award, and most recently, Literacy Research Association Distinguished Scholar Lifetime Award. Yet those who know Professor Ophelia Garcia know her not only as a brilliant scholar, our #1 scholar in the world in the field of translanguaging. We know her as an extraordinary, generous mentor whose commitment to educational justice has inspired countless academics across the world. In fact, she invited me to come and stay on a sabbatical at the city of New York. It's therefore fitting that in the same week that South Africa celebrates the launch of its first Ubuntu translanguaging winter school, the beginning of what we see as a long journey ahead, Professor Ophelia Garcia is with us. There's a wonderful sense of history at this moment. The scholars whose work has inspired generation of translanguaging research has turned to witness the emergence of the African contribution that continues the conversation through the philosophy of Ubuntu. Professor Garcia, thank you for your scholarship, your mentorship, your friendship, your belief that multilingualism is ultimately about human dignity, equity, and possibility. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor. Please join us to welcome Professor Ophelia Garcia.
Thank you, Leketi. Muchísimas gracias. It's indeed an honor for me to be speaking to all of you. Leketi has been extremely generous with this introduction, but of course, it has been his work that has transformed translanguaging in a context where I think it matters most in Africa and specifically in South Africa. And I learned a lot from him, and I learned a lot from my experience with him, and I learned a lot from the dialogues that we had at that time. We had a wonderful time, and it was eye-opening for me to be in your context. And I'm sorry I cannot be there now, but I'm getting older, and I live in New York City, and it's a trip to get that out there. But thank you. I'm glad that we were able to solve the technological problems and that I'm here. So when I landed in South Africa to meet with Lekedi, I knew some about South Africa, of course. This is a place that has always been very close to my heart and the heart of New Yorkers. But also I had some contact with Dr. Neville Alexander, who of course was the architect of your multilingual language policy. I told you I was old. And of course, Alexander was the director of what was then called Protea, the project for the study of alternative education in South Africa. I met Neville through Joshua Fishman, who was my teacher, of course. And I was always struck with the commitment of these two scholars to language rights of people, to multilingualism, and to alternatives to multilingual education. But what I think has happened since the good work of Neville Alexander to the good work of Lekedi Makalela has been a transformation in how we view language, and of course, especially how we view the Global South and how we have come to recognize it and understand it in ways that does not obscure your realities with the realities of the Global North, right? So the idea, of course, that back then, including in my early scholarship, we constructed language with what Walter Mignolo, the decolonial Argentinian scholar, calls a colonial logic of language. That is, language as a category, to separate language as a category of colonialism produced through colonialism, just like race and gender were categories, to make sure that some people worked and some people did not, and to exclude. So we have to think of how we actually change this way of thinking about language. A little bit about myself before I even start, because you wonder who I am and what I'm doing in New York City. I was born in Cuba at the age of 11. I came with my family to New York City. And one of my experiences has been that I couldn't quite fit in the way in which they were viewing my language, and in the way in which they were educating me from the very beginning, right? So part of my scholarship, like your scholarship, has to do with struggling with definitions that are put upon us that do not fit, right? So we can talk about that. So what I'm going to do today, hopefully, is go through three things. One is I want to start with thinking with you about traditional ways in which we have looked at language and multilingualism and education. Then two, I want to deepen your understandings of translanguaging, and especially thinking of how translanguaging has actually disrupted the thinking about language and multilingualism and language education as a way to decolonize and transform mindsets, what I call stances, and practices, and hopefully a little bit of society itself. And then lastly, I want to talk about translanguaging pedagogy. I don't talk about translanguaging pedagogy without first talking about, let me see, I've been being asked to admit Lekedi. I hope that you're listening to me and can hear me. If not, someone should say something. but otherwise I'll continue. So I don't talk about translanguaging pedagogy without first making sure that we understand what translanguaging is, because I do believe that all of you as teachers have the interest of the students at heart and know that teaching is about communicating and making sure that students understand your messages. So that I believe that translanguaging pedagogy cannot just be about strategies, but about thinking differently about the way that we educate multilingual students through translanguaging. So let me first start with the first thing I said I was going to do, which was reviewing some of the traditional thinking about language and multilingualism that we developed in the second half of the 20th century, which is when I started my scholarship. So the way in which we thought about it, again, because we had not considered the Global South at all, we had not considered anything except the Global North and a Western modernist tradition of language, was thinking that language was simply a box of linguistic structures. And of course, if that was language, a box, then bilingualism was 2 boxes, and multilingualism was 3, 4, 5, in your case, 12 boxes, right? But we thought of it, again, from the perspective of what the Global North thought about bilingualism, mainly for elites, usually for profit, and thinking about it as bilingualism being additive. That is, you have a first language and you add a second language. That's additive, sequential, which of course is not your experience and wasn't mine either. And that is what we validated as language and multilingualism. Multilingualism simply being many boxes of linguistic structures. So what we have to think of is how we disrupt these concepts that were given to us, which still are taught today. I meet teachers every day, teacher education classes every day, where these concepts are taught. And what I want you to think about is how these concepts actually serve as walls, as separation, as ways to construct, to control and favor what are basically white, male, monolingual practices. So some of these concepts that I think have been used to create these walls. First one is the most simple one, an L1 and an L2. Again, you know that that is not your case. It's not my case either, because it's very hard for me to think of which is my first language and which is my second language. It depends, right? But these are set categories that are still taught. People acquire a second language, and that is just not relevant for you or for me. That there are native speakers and non-native speakers, another dichotomy that theorizes this field in ways that excludes some of us, right? The fact that bilinguals are full of language contact and is seen as interferences, deviations from the norm, right? Rather than simply practices that are different, right? The concept of diglossia, very prevalent in the late 20th century sociolinguistic studies of one language being high, another language being low, always separated, as a way basically to control these racialized multilingual populations, but again, a wall without considering that the reason why there's a high and a low has to do with power. It's not natural. It's not in the world. It has been created, invented, put upon. The same thing with the field of language planning and policy, which was developed basically in the late 20th century as African countries and Asian countries were becoming independent. But again, language policy, language planning policy was developed as a way to control this multilingualism that the West the global North did not know how to deal with. They didn't understand it. So we had to have concepts of division, of separations, right? I must say that the early bilingual education programs and multilingual education programs, again, were about building walls, right? So all of these concepts, all of these theorizations are insufficient for South Africa and for most minoritized and racialized communities around the world. And yet this is the way, these are the concepts, the theories that we have been taught and that continue to be taught. And what I think I want you to think about is how these walls of separation that have to do with power are similar to thinking about Bantustans and apartheid, right? The restriction of rights and citizenship to people who are larger than simply these categories. Now, how was this thinking carried out? It was carried out because of what Mignolo called the colonial logic. The colonial logic that invented these named languages, named them with different names from the practices of people, basically, again, to separate and keep power in the hands of the powerful and erasing the complex multilingualism in the global South and education that excluded. And this was, of course, rested on some theories of epistemic superiority. And I'm being asked to admit again Aliketi, but I think somehow it goes before I can admit him. So I hope it's admitted. So it was carried out through this racism and white logic, right? A dehumanizing of these colonial encounters that productively extended from race to include language, right? I refer to another concept that I think is important, this hubris of the 0 point, the idea that it's the God's eye point of view, it's the point of view of the powerful, which makes it seem that being white and male and heteronormative is universal, it's anonymous, it's generalizable, it's ahistoric, it's objective, it's neutral, and it's all-seeing, right? So all of this thinking, you have to remember, was carried out because of a white logic, white colonial logic, and this idea that this way of speaking, this way of being was universal, right? So that's important. So I want you to think about how different this concept of a named language is from people using language, you using language, me using language, because now we're not just talking about a language of a nation, of a state, of an authoritative body, but of people, right, which is very different. And certainly not just the linguistic is involved in language, but also who we are, our ethnographies, our histories, our feelings, and the multimodalities that come with language and communication. So how do we then disrupt this colonial logic of language? Well, I think we disrupted by always thinking from and with the populations that are different, populations like yours, the South African population, right? And making visible these different perspectives and positionalities that eventually displace Western rationality. And maybe by also deepening what the Latin Americans call the sentipensar, that is, this appreciation for sentir, for feeling, and thinking at the same time, not separated at all between the mind and the body and the feelings that one that emerges. So we then get to number 2, what we're about today, the translanguaging. So I want you to think about translanguaging as a way to decolonize language, right? Here's a definition that my colleagues, Ricardo Tegui, and some of us have given, and I'm just giving it to you for referral, right? It says it's doing language without regard for the watchful adherence to the socially and politically defined boundaries of named and usually national and state languages, right? So how do you do language without adhering to what they have told you languages are? Now, I want you to think that, remember that translanguaging is different from just viewing bilinguals or multilinguals as using 2 or more named languages, right? This idea disappears through the concept of translanguaging. We're not talking about mixing languages, about going from one language to another, about switching between 2 grammars, because those of us who do language in this way know that we're not switching, but what we're doing is we are assembling all the resources that we have, right? This is what Pennycook calls assemblage, right? How do we assemble? We assemble all our resources, and our resources are linguistic, but also ethnographic, our own lives, our own histories, our own ways of living in a particular society, the political context, the environmental context, our spiritual context. All of this comes into being when we language, because we language as people, and people are just not something like a box of linguistic structures. People have feelings, have connections to the spiritual, connection to the environment, connection to the political, connections to the social, right? So translanguaging gives back the agency, the power to the people to assemble their own resources, sometimes moment by moment. When we encounter someone or we encounter another different situation. So I want you to remember that the trans is not about going across. No, it's about going beyond the definition of a named language, and that it focuses on speakers who are assembling their resources. And by doing that, it becomes a decolonial process, a process of disrupting this colonial logic of language that links, of course, to a colonial matrix of power. And I want you to think of translanguaging not simply as linguistic proficiency. It's not multilingual proficiency that we're after, but it's about a way of being, a way of living, what Mignolo calls un modo de vivir, a way of living that is ours and that goes beyond the definitions, the boundaries of named languages that have been imposed upon human beings, right? I want you to remember that everyone who speaks assembles their resources, right? All their resources. I'm grateful to the deaf interpreter there. Because we want to be inclusive, and we assemble different resources because they're not equally distributed in society. And what I want you to think of is, why is it that for some speakers, the assembling of the resources are okay. And for other people, the assembling of the resources to communicate are considered suspect. And I want you to remember that it has nothing to do with the way we think or the way we are. It has to do with viewing some of us, our bodies, as minoritized speakers, whether we're deaf or we're multilingual, or we're Black or we're Latino or we're something different from what is considered the norm, what has been valued as the norm, right? So I want you to remember that monolinguals also gather all the resources. It's just that some of us have more resources than others. Multilinguals have more resources than others. And therefore, we can translanguage in ways that seem suspect, but that are not, that are simply the same thing that we're all doing. Now, before I go to the pedagogy, I want you to think, I want to think with you about Ubuntu translanguaging and what has that added to the concept. What is the brilliance of Leketi Makalele's contribution to translanguaging? Well, as I understand it, and I may misunderstand it because I'm not in your context and I'm not you, but Ubuntu, as Leketi has explained to me, supports these interconnections, these relations of things to another, not only among individuals, but also with worlds, right? Historical worlds, social worlds, physical worlds, natural worlds, environmental worlds, spiritual worlds. I want you to remember how different that is, that idea of supporting and interconnections, to traditional understandings of multilingualism, which are about separate walls, separations rather than interconnections. And I want you to remember how different this Ubuntu translanguaging is from the European concept of plurilingualism. An advance in itself, the idea of plurilingualism, but plurilingualism is only concerned with the intercultural, right? The intercultural. And I want you to remember how different that is from your Ubuntu translanguaging, because this interculturality are not really true connections, because it's about set European identities that connect to another set of identities that are somehow separate. They're connected but separate. They're still seen as separate. Now, to me, what is interesting about Ubuntu translanguaging is that it's not only intercultural, but it's also intracultural. That is, I think, as I understand it, what you're saying with Ubuntu translanguaging is that it works interculturally, but also intraculturally, because we have the other within us, right? The idea of what some decolonial scholars call pluriversal. I like to think of South African identities as being pluriversal. Escobar talks about it as un mundo donde caben otros mundos. That is, a world, your world, in which other worlds exist, in which other worlds fit. That is a very different concept from just having one world connecting to another world. And I think this is the brilliance of the Ubuntu translanguaging, that we bring forth this languaging, this translanguaging with others, but also because within us we have also those others. Okay, so having gone through traditional understandings of language and translanguaging and what Ubuntu translanguaging then brings, let me then connect to the topic that really interests you, which is translanguaging pedagogy. And I want to say that, to me, translanguaging pedagogy is Ubuntu par excellence. It's the kernel of Ubuntu, because translanguaging pedagogy, it's all about relationality, it's all about dynamism, it's all about collaboration. It's an alternative to a simple multilingual pedagogy. To me, it's the alternative that Neville Alexander was looking for. What is the alternative to this simple multilingual pedagogy? It's an alternative to a pedagogy to recognize language differences and similarities. Yes, it's okay to do cross-linguistic comparisons. It's okay to do meta-linguistic awareness strategies, but translanguaging pedagogy has to be about more than strategies. What do I mean by that? I mean about of trying to open up spaces in whichever type of classroom you work and with whichever type of students you work, opening up spaces so that multilingual students can really collaboratively, interrelationally use all the resources to think, be, and then within themselves, and then weave an Ubuntu South African transcultural identity. So this is important to me. That it's not just a translanguaging pedagogy cannot just be simply about strategies. Strategies are the first step, but it's about a mindset. It's about changing the way in which you approach the education of your students to fit their reality, a reality that is much more than just the separate languages. It's a reality where they have within them the other also, right? So the other is not just separate, the other is within us, right? So how do you do that? So I have talked about 3 aspects of a translanguaging pedagogy, and I'll repeat them here. The first one is what I call the stance, the mindset, right? You have to work with a mindset first. You have to make sure that you remember and that you believe that this all works. I've used a Spanish word to describe it, juntos. Juntos means together. I don't know what the South African word is. It may be just simply Ubuntu, right? It's a stance of Ubuntu. You have to remember that language is not simply a box of linguistic structures. You have to remember that bilinguals or multilinguals are not simply double monolinguals or multiple monolinguals. They never will be. You have to remember that teaching multilingually is not just about adding a box, but maybe, that's one image, but I want to give you another image. It's the image of maybe extending a thread of pearls. A thread of pearls, because you're adding features, you're adding pearls, you're adding practices to an individual, but at the same time, you're sharing those threads of pearls with others, so that you are weaving all the time a transcultural identity. And I think that's an important image to remember, that by teaching multilingually, you're not simply just adding a linguistic structure, you are adding, yes, a feature, but to already something that already exists within the individual, a thread of wonderful pearls that stay with you, and that at the same time you extend to others as you weave this new way of being, where we are because we are others also within us. And then the Ubuntu stance, this junto stance, reminds us that teaching is not just about bridging, right? We think so much as teachers of how to bridge. But I want you to sort of discard that image, just like we're discarding the box image, and think about being with the students in that dynamic, shifting current of a river that is never static, because if you teach, you may have one lesson plan, but the students are going in a completely different direction. So it's a river that is always flowing, a river that when you look at it, you think there are shores, there are static shores, but the river itself is transforming the shores, right? Is eroding these differences that we keep thinking of, right? Because what we have is in the middle, what we have is a common path, a common current that we go through together. So that's the Ubuntu stance, the Junto stance. The second part, of course, has to do with design. You have to think of how do you design this translanguaging space. Again, I want to say that the translanguaging pedagogy has to go beyond cross-linguistic comparisons. Those are important. I'm not saying they're not important, but you have to think of it as going beyond them. What you're thinking about is how do you open up spaces so that these students who have very different multilingual practices, because I don't know enough about the South African context, but I suspect that there isn't one classroom in which there are not many students with different language practices, as they are, of course, in New York City also, where we have classrooms in which there are 20 languages, because everybody at least used to come from different places, right? Certainly you want to think of how do you open up these spaces so that everybody breathes, so everybody has the freedom to think, everybody has the freedom to assemble all the resources, and in so doing, you are then weaving an identity that is really an Ubuntu South African identity, how you weave it together. So teachers often ask me, well, when do you open up this translanguaging space? It is true that you don't have to open up the translanguaging space at all times. You have to know why you're doing it. And I always say there are at least 4 reasons in my context to open up these translanguaging spaces. One is sometimes you have to scaffold for the students. And again, those are scaffolds that you can put on and take off, and you can do it with individual students who do not understand. And after all, teaching is about making input comprehensible, understanding. Secondly, sometimes a translanguaging space is important to assess what the students know, because sometimes it's very difficult to differentiate between understanding of differentiating between understanding whether students really understand the concept that is being taught, or is it that they don't have the linguistic features that you want them to have in order to express themselves. So you want to think of opening up the space to make sure that you are getting the students right, that you understand what it is that the students need and know and can do. The third, which I think is the most important, is just to deepen understandings. I have seen this so many times in classrooms when teachers ask the students to work together using all their resources, assembling all their resources, And you hear students use different linguistic practices, different histories, bringing forth different experiences. And in so doing, you are weaving this transcultural identity that I think is extremely important for an Ubuntu stand. And I think the fourth one, of course, is important and sometimes misunderstood. It is about transformation, right? Translanguaging is all about transformation. Transformation of individuals, because everybody in learning this way, learning through a translanguaging pedagogy, you are more conscious of who you are, you have more resources to pull from, but you're also learning from the others, and learning is never an individual act, it's always a collaborative act. So you're learning with the others. So you're transforming yourself as individuals and hopefully transforming a little bit of society as we understand each other better and as we weave these different threads of pearls together to have an identity that is ours. So that's what I want to say about translanguaging design, yes, the strategies are important as a first step, but they're not a translanguaging pedagogy. A translanguaging pedagogy enables you to open up these spaces so that every student can use whatever resources they have to make sense of themselves and to make sense of themselves for the rest of the students, and so that by putting all these resources together, you create an empowerment that does not exist if you start excluding practices or excluding ways of understanding. And finally, the shifts, and I think I've been talking through the shifts. As teachers, we go into classrooms with lesson plans. Sometimes our administrators ask us to go in with a lesson plan. It's good to have a guide. It's good to have a map. It's always good to have an orientation of where you're going. But I think it's most important to be able to follow this translanguaging current, right? Where I always talk about it in Spanish, saying the translanguaging corriente, this current where you as a teacher have to become a co-learner. You have to be also excited about bringing into your own self other selves, the selves of the students. So how do you then shift instruction to always follow the students' corriente, of course, with a goal of where you want to go, but making sure that you are shifting instructions, translanguaging spaces as the students demand. So responding to the students and not responding necessarily to a set curriculum, to set books, but making sure that you're following the students' interests and motivation. So I think it's almost 9 in my time here. So I think I've spoken 45 minutes. And I think what's important for me and for you to think about is examples of your own Ubuntu translanguaging pedagogy, and to think about how you can open up these translanguaging spaces in your classroom. And I wish I was there to hear all your experiences, but I know that Leketi Makalela will be able to gather them for me and tell me a little bit more about what you're doing, how you're thinking, and how is it possible to then open up these translanguaging spaces that will, I think, lead us in a different direction from the ways in which traditional multilingual education has led us, which does not fit the very dynamic, complex, multilingual realities of South Africa, or for many of us who have been minoritized in other contexts. So Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Leketi, for the invitation. And I hope you have heard me.
Thank you so much, Prof. And I believe that we have heard you this side. I just want, Prof, to take this opportunity, not only for you, Dr. Lady, also, and Prof. Makalela. Prof. Makalela here, maybe they would want to take one or two questions. It would be injustice for people to go with their questions. And I believe that we can give it 5-10 minutes. We have come to the close of the day. So, but then you cannot go back with the questions that you have. Can I open for questions, including the onliners? You are also allowed to ask questions. Let me start with the colleagues who are in-house. Any questions from the floor? Questions or comment? Should I take it that it was well received? No questions. Can we give it a round of applause?
Criticisms, what did I get? What do I still need to learn from all of you? What do I need to learn from you?
Prof has got or probably Olivia has got a question. What do I get to learn from you? There's a question, there's a hand. Online, I see that, Prof, before we answer your questions, I guess you have to answer these ones. We have 2 hands online. I can't see, it's very far. One from online participants. Okay, because I cannot see, can you guys, colleagues who are raising their hands, just ask questions?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Garcia, what well-thought presentation you gave us. It really opened our minds to fully have an understanding of translanguaging beyond. One of the students who provided feedback today in terms of the impact of translanguaging as an LLB 4th student. So my name is Makazasa Morapedi, and I really enjoyed where you were discussing stands and home tours, as you referred to it in your language, referring to it as being together, or rather maybe doing it together. And when you also discussed transcultural identity, I found that very impactful in my own understanding. And actually, in terms of discussing the issue of being conscious, it really helps individuals to be conscious of who they are. It helps us to make sense of ourselves. It also helps to empower us as individuals. But my question is, we can all agree that indeed, previously, people of our ethnic groups were previously colonized, and we're trying to actually get out of the colonial matrix, correct? But I want to ask you that how then can translanguaging help address historical inequalities and the marginalization of certain language communities in education, as we are all aware, the historical injustices happened in the past. I understand that it will help us, be empowered and understand ourselves deeply. But what other ways or avenues are you then considering or recommending that can actually help to change these injustices of the past in our perspective? Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much for your thoughtful presentation and the posing of the question. So you know, my work has always been in schools, and therefore I have very little. I know that some of you are much more sophisticated than I am with working with governments and institutions, and but I find that the transformations really happen in classrooms with teachers. The historical inequalities are obvious. The injustices in education are obvious. The fact that education has been used not as a tool for equality and inclusion, but all the opposite, to create differences. I think it's very important. I think that you know, changing policies, you know, I think the idea that your multilingual education policy did make a difference, right? Made a difference, maybe not to you, but certainly to those of us outside of South Africa that realized, maybe for the first time, that there was all this linguistic complexity. So multilingual language policy is important, and but I think even more important is teacher education. And educating teachers to really understand that their job is not to simply demand certain concepts, certain knowledge, and certain language practices, but their job is really to try to make sure that there is inclusion, true inclusion of everybody in a classroom. And that is the only way, I think, of building equality. You build equality, you try to undo the injustices of the past by making sure that education is healing, because we all come into education with traumas, especially those of us who have experienced this historical inequality and injustice. So you come into classroom with traumas, tremendous traumas. And so education cannot simply be about content. Education has to be about healing, caring, heart as much as mind. So that's my take. I know that many would say, oh no, we have to have revolutions. I think politics and policies are important. I'm not dismissing them. I'm just not too hopeful. And yet I have hope in teachers' ways of being and ways of doing, and standing up and resisting some of the policies and curricula that are handed down that do more harm than good. So that's the only thing I can offer. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Professor. Indeed, I am a world. Within me, there is a world in which other worlds exist, and that is my take home. Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. You know, that is, just to let you know, that is un mundo donde caben otros mundos, a world in which other worlds fit, was one of the sayings of the Zapatista revolution in Mexico. So I carry that from the Zapatistas. I think that is an incredible statement of, you know, we carry other worlds within us. And how do we carry them, and how do we weave them into our beings to exude some healing and some justice? I think it's important. So just wanted to add the Zapatistas to it. And that was, of course, a revolution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Felia. We still have two hands. I think it's Dr. Mbude and Professor Manyeke. Online. Dr. Mbude is the DDG, Deputy Director General. She will explain further. She was a speaker this morning, so I see her hand is up. Over to you, Doc. Then immediately after, Prof. Manyike, I think I saw your hand also. You will ask your question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hey, hi, Professor Garcia. It's amazing to be part of this talk that we are having today. I was moved by your last invitation, Uguti, what can you learn from us? I think it's an important question because it might need the academics or the language practitioners who are working around translanguaging, particularly the Ubuntu version for South Africa and the African continent as a whole, to just note the following. I am a school, being part of the DBE, I work with schools and I work with this system, and this system is a fixed schooling system. It tends to value control, uniformity, and comparability, while translanguaging, by contrast, works best when teachers can respond to learners' linguistic realities. We don't know how to do that. Because in such systems, the central problem is often not really translanguaging itself, but it is the mismatch between multilingual learners and monolingual institutional design. So when you speak about design, it is the design of our system. So in practice, I see from your talk and from all the literature that is there, that translanguaging needs the policy space. The teacher preparation and assessment reform so that it moves beyond the isolated classroom improvisation. So I think that I've seen the three proposals you have in terms of the design of translanguaging pedagogies. I think there must be a fourth one. And I think this would be my proposal. How do we get through delineate? Because most of the time, translanguaging gets caught up with code mixing, with code switching, with all those things. I think we must have a standalone fourth pillar that goes into the delineation and definition so that we don't have critics who would rather spend time, arguing about how it is a confusion and how do you assess using translanguaging, and because the design of institutions that we operate in are still monolingual. So it is very difficult to get through that one if it is not stated up front. What it is and what it is not. So I would propose, as you were asking, what can you learn?
Thank you.
That we are at that stage in this continent where because of what we have inherited of monolingual design system design, it becomes difficult to move people beyond that if there isn't a standalone pillar that deals with what it is and what it is not. Otherwise, we spend our time wasting a lot of time and energy with people thinking that it's corrupting languages. Because remember, the schooling system values one particular language, how you do it, they rank and file and measure it, and all of that. So bringing this element of translanguaging where it benefits everyone would need that in the pedagogies that you are putting up, just remember that we are still at the infancy level. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that statement. So if I understand you correctly, what you're proposing is that a translanguaging policy would be helpful, a national translanguaging policy would be helpful because it would validate translanguaging, and you wouldn't be spending time then fighting. Is that what you're proposing? Is that your proposal?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I look forward to South Africa leading the world in this way. I mean, it will be wonderful. I want you to know that a monolingual design is what happens in most places in the world, even when they have supposedly bilingual education, right? I mean, I speak from my U.S. experience, but also throughout the world. And what I've seen is, again, bilingual education understood as simply monolingualism in one language plus monolingualism in the other, right? Additive rather than thinking about it in an interconnected way. But you know, I'm not as hopeful as you South Africans are. We are living in the United States through a very restrictive period, as you know. And I you know, again, I can't stand working in despair. So I try to look for hope somewhere. And I always feel hope when I walk into a classroom and the teacher is doing the scripted curriculum that they gave her, but then she closes the door and because she's comfortable with me, does something completely different. And I always say, okay, this is, you know, there's an image of that Gloria Saldúa gives of using a Nahuatl word of nepantla, the idea that, and she says, we have to be nepantleras. We have to be like the cracks, you know, the cracks that come up in the sidewalk and the cracks, and then there are roots that come up and we spread all through. That's the way that I have seen things change, because there is one teacher in one school who does things differently, and then she teaches the others, and she cracks that cement, that policy, that monolingual design that is imposed on them. You know, as you were speaking, I thought of Angel Lin, a Hong Kong scholar, Chinese scholar, who heard me many, many years ago, maybe 20 years ago, and she said to me, okay, Ophelia, I don't know what you're talking about, but this is the way we've been doing it in Hong Kong for 100 years. How do you think we get all the Chinese students to speak English anyway? But we do it with our door closed because the textbooks do not tell us to do it this way. So, I mean, you're right. It's the whole, what is so interesting about translanguaging is that it's always been there. Your translanguaging practices have always been there, right? They're not new. A translanguaging pedagogy has always existed, right? Class teachers do it. So it's always there. But it's always a resistance to this monolingual designs that are imposed on us. So I'm looking forward to South Africa leading the world in having this incredible shift in which, you're right, it will maybe from the top down would actually be authoritative enough to granted validity, so that we are not constantly have to justify our practices as being divergent, deficient, etc. It's a long road ahead. But I've seen South Africa do it with racism and apartheid. So maybe the next not to crack is language itself. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Prof. Ophelia. We still have Prof. Manyike and two more colleagues.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Prof. Garcia, for the informative presentation. I'm asking for your assistance with regard conceptualizing the different languages that, you know, one takeaway from your discussion was the division of languages, but my question to you is, you know, questioning the issue of L1, L2, because that's othering, and I agree with that. But my question to you is, how do we then how do we conceptualize the different languages in an integrated way that they are without going through the L1 and L2, because, you know, one of the most important aspects that I know or I do as a language specialist, it's to know that if I test my student in English, that I'm really not getting what they actually know, because second language speakers tend to know more than they can produce. And as such, I go back to their mother tongue, as it was explained this morning, because their students are able to really express themselves, and you know what they know, and what is a language-related problem, and what is you sort of know where the problem is. But I'm asking for your clarification on how do we then, without compartmentalizing these languages, viewing them as intertwined, how do we deal with them in multilingual context? Thank you. Your concept.
Well, that's an incredible question. I'm really going to have to think about that one, because I had never thought of, it's such an obvious question, and yet I'm going to have to think about it further. But I think what I can say is the question of L1 and L2. I think that the problem is that we have used it many times to privilege some and to exclude others. The idea, of course, is that there are different criteria by which you can say which is your first language and which is your second language. For those of us who have developed, multilingual abilities, for example, if you ask me which is my first language chronologically, I can tell you that Spanish is. I learned Spanish first. Now, if you ask it of my children and grandchildren, who are all bilingual, having lived in New York City for the last 65 years, they don't have an L1. They don't, because they acquired both languages simultaneously. As a matter of fact, my 5-year-old granddaughter was asking me, she's into Korean pop, K-pop, and she was asking me, she said, well, what is that, Korean? And I said, and I said, people speak different languages like Korean. And she said, oh, I don't know anybody. And I said, well, yeah, how about you? And she, and she said, no, Spanish and English, no. And then I said, how about me? She said, oh, no. She said, I'm talking about a completely different language. And what she meant was, for her, English and Spanish were basically the same language. She was not making these distinctions because she can't. So, I often think, well, it depends on, are you talking about it chronologically? Are you talking about the language that you speak the most? Are you talking about the language that you feel more comfortable in? Are you talking about the language that people identify you with? Are you talking about the language that you identify yourself with? So to me, the L1, L2 distinction varies depending on the criteria that you're using. Now, in the context in which you're using it, in which it's clear that maybe English is someone's non-dominant language, let's not call it L2, but let's call it the non-dominant language. Of course, especially in assessment, in instruction and assessment, you cannot expect that student to perform in English in the same way that they would perform in Zulu, for example, right? But I think the question, of course, is how do you then adapt both instruction and assessment to give students options, so that instead of, for example, answering the question in only one language or in, whatever, you ask them to, you give them the option of answering the question using all their resources, all their linguistic resources, or one language, or orally instead of written. So I think there are ways, and I'm tying this to the other question I had about injustice and historical injustice and inequality. And I think if your goal in the classroom is equality, then you think of what are the ways of assessing the student in ways that these languages that have power hierarchies and that have been imposed from above, do not determine who the student is, right? The student is never a number. I always think of, assessment comes from sitting with. It comes from the Latin assere, to sit with, and that's how you assess. You assess by observing students using language, doing things, right? And that's the assessment. So I have to think about this further because it's a great question. And I think as long as you understand that named languages are not natural, but have been constructed, invented, Sinfrey Marconi calls them. I think it's I always say this justifies being a language teacher, right? I mean, I'm not saying that language teachers should not exist. A teacher of English is a teacher of English, right? But the question is, how do you approach the teaching of English? Do you approach it as simply a barrier with linguistic features? Do you approach it with its historical colonial context? Do you approach it as care? And how do you approach the teaching of English? So it's not that named languages, of course, exist. They're realities. And they're all the material inequalities that we have experienced have been constructed through these named languages. So they exist. And I know, for example, immigrant parents in the United States want the same thing we all want for our children. They want the children to succeed, and they want the children to succeed in English, right? The question is, how do we get them to develop those features, right? How do we get them to develop English? Do we get them to develop English through saying, now we're going to do it in English only, and that's it? Or do we then allow them to use all the resources to then develop these pearls that I'm talking about, these new features, right? But that have become part of your own repertoire, that are not someone else's, but become part of your own repertoire. I don't know if that answers your question. It's a complicated question, but thank you for the question. I'll have to think about it further.
Thank you very much. You did. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Manyike. The last round, I'll take Dr. Monaring and Mayor Kate Sehoa. I think she's the only one there. Mayor Kate Sehoa will be the last two participants.
Rakadi Ophelia, it's Rakwena here. Mine is basically a strategic selfishness that I'm expressing to you. We are implementing all the ideas that you are sharing with us with the assistance of Leketi. We are implementing translanguaging across the institution. And I think you need a little bit of a background of what we've been doing today. What we did initially was to call all academics, and we introduced what translanguaging is all about. But we approach it as part of multilingual sense-making pedagogy. And then we then train them, give them the theory and practice, and we selected among those the people that we refer to as champions. These champions are coming from the different faculties. The idea is to use the champions to assist us in training other academics when it comes to sense-making, because the entire university is multicultural, multilingual. The student body and even the staff are the same. The idea is to make sure that we adopt translanguaging as a sense-making enterprise that will adopt in running the learning and teaching mandate that is allocated to ourselves. And I'm saying this not trying to be a braggart. We are basically the first in the country to advance that and to take that as a tool that we will use to facilitate education. The key point is that it is the teacher that needs to understand how to work with the students, to provide the students that background for them to be able to use the multi-valence, the multilingual scope and even lenses for them to make sense. So I honestly wanted to find out from you, what is your view about what I've just said? Because we think that we can learn from your gray hair to move forward, gray hair of wisdom, to move forward and inculcate this translanguaging so that we are basically affording the indigenous knowledge system, affording the different sets of knowledges that these languages have, and to make sure that sense-making is not a unilingual and monolithic approach, but it represents the intersection, interconnectivity of humanity, and that knowledge-making is not belonging to a single person, but to all of us, multicolored as we are. Kelebo.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, I've learned a lot from listening to you. So first of all, congratulations. Being the first in the country to do this must be very rewarding. And I know it's very, very hard work to move faculty and students. So congratulations on doing that. And I think that focusing on something is always very important, and maybe sense making is the first thing to focus on, because I believe there are not universal approaches to anything in life, right? Because we all make sense differently depending on, again, our histories and our context. So sense maybe translanguaging as part of sense making, and especially sense making when there are indigenous knowledge systems involved, I think is most important. And I congratulate you on doing that so well. I wish I could be there to see what you're doing, but maybe we can be more in touch and we can continue this dialogue, because I like to learn more about what you're doing there. So it's great to hear it. I'm curious about how you're dealing with language and indigenous knowledge systems. And knowledge making as the crux of it all, the crux of translanguaging, because indeed, again, that's what education leads us to do, to make knowledge, to make new knowledge, and the question is, how do you make new knowledge instead of regurgitating all the old knowledge that has been fed to us that doesn't make sense for us? So congratulations on bringing this forward.
Thank you, Prof. Doc. Thank you very much.
And thank you, by the way, for inviting me to this, to speak to you and to learn from all of you. It's been very encouraging to hear comments from all of you, and I await. You can't wait too long, because I'm not too young, but I await the next phase of translanguaging policy in South Africa. That will be a cause for a celebration. And it's already a cause for a celebration that one university is doing it throughout. That's amazing. Yeah.
Yes, Prof. We still have one more last hand from Kate Sehua. Please go ahead, and let's keep it short.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Prof. Garcia. My name is Kate Sehua. I'm currently pursuing my studies in PhD at Wits, and I'm being supervised by Prof. Makalela, who had the honor of introducing you. So, Prof, thank you so much for the brief and insightful lecture. I learned a lot from it, because I had so many questions that I was grappling with, and so many things that were sparked as you were giving the lecture. So, Prof, in the brief lecture that you gave, you emphasized that translanguaging as an assemblage of resources as well as a way of being, rather than it just being a set of strategies. And you also highlighted its relational and transformative potential in the classroom. So in my PhD study, it's in South Africa, as I'm based in South Africa, I'm aiming to develop an Ubuntu translanguaging learner-centered mathematical meaning-making framework. I know that's quite lengthy, but yeah, my studies are in mathematics, but I'm trying to bring in the Ubuntu translanguaging in as well. And I'm aiming to bring in the Ubuntu with the language-responsive mathematics teaching. And I aim to do this in grade 10 in a specific topic of linear equations, which is inequalities in algebra. And I'm doing this in multilingual classrooms in urban and rural contexts. So my question to you, Prof, is just brief to say, how would you advise researchers to operationalize this way of being that we keep talking about and the relational assemblage in subject-specific domains such as mathematics, where learners are still expected to move between the everyday as well as the formal symbolic registers so that they can become so user-friendly that they become also practical for teachers? Thank you so much.
Wow. I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know. I don't know math education that well that I can give you an answer. It sounds fascinating. But I think I think that it's the same thing that we have been talking about. I mean, math is also about sense making. It's a different type of sense making. It's a different type of knowledge making. So I would think that translanguaging in a 10th grade math class would give you plenty of opportunity to make sense of it and what the students think. I think the idea is, of course, to give them options. I think that one of the problems sometimes is that some scholars want to push translanguaging in the sense of, students have to do it this way, or they have to do it in this language or with these features. And I think I think translanguaging is about having options to make sense, right? Having options. So I think the more that you can operationalize and push the options so that there are options that are oral, there are options that are written, there are options that are artistic, there are options that are musical, there are options that are theatrical, there are options that are acted out, so that there are different options to translanguaging in math. I think the more that you will have a productive and generative study. It sounds very interesting. I look forward to reading it. And by the way, to all of you who've asked questions or are listening, I do answer emails, as Leketi knows, because especially I'm retired and I like to keep in touch with young scholars or old scholars who are doing good work, and especially, again, in the African context, I don't get too many opportunities. So, and your names are sometimes difficult for me, so please write to me. I think that I will put my email on the chat right now. Is Gmail, and please write. And I look forward to having a dialogue with some of you forever, and to hear more about how the translanguaging policy is advancing. That would be wonderful.
Thank you very much, Prof, for answering the questions. And I see that for Prof. Makalela, there were no questions. Probably they will engage him after here, those who are here. And all right. We have come to the end of this program, and I think we are more fortunate and blessed to have attended this symposium where we learned from the likes of Dr. Clyde, Prof. Makalela, Prof. Olefia, who are knowledgeable in the field. I just want to thank all of you from me as the program director for being with us and for being such a good audience. And I am going to call Prof. Margaret Maja, who's coming to do the vote of thanks. Immediately after her, I will call Miss Lillian Maja. I'm not sure if it's nepotism or what, but it's Majas. Lillian will come after you. And as for me, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Program Director, colleagues, and presenters. As we come to the end of this Enriching Language Symposium, we are reminded that language is not merely a medium of communication, but a powerful tool for inclusion, identity, knowledge, construction, and social transformation. Today's discussion have reaffirmed the importance of multilingualism and translanguaging in creating equitable and responsive teaching, learning, research, and support environments. On behalf of all participants, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Directorate of Language Services, including its administrative, technical, and support teams for conceptualizing and organizing this symposium. Your commitment to promoting multilingualism and fostering innovative language practices continues to strengthen our institution's vision of inclusivity and academic excellence. We also extend our sincere appreciation to our program director, Ntate Tshepe, for guiding this program with professionalism and ensuring the smooth flow of today's symposium. To the South African language interpreters, Rahadi Nicolene Dutoy and Asanda Katswa, for ensuring that this symposium was accessible and inclusive. To the Unisa media team for the professionally documenting the important moments. We further acknowledge and thank our valued external stakeholders from the University of Pretoria, the University of Witwatersrand, the University of Johannesburg, and the University of KwaZulu-Natal for their participation, and the Commission for the Promotion of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities for your collaboration and continued commitment to advancing multilingual pedagogies and inclusive teaching, learning, and research. We extend our deepest gratitude to our Executive Director, Rahadi Mahano, for her warm opening and welcome address, which set an inspiring tone for this important occasion. We warmly acknowledge Ntate Tsivase, active Vice Principal for Teaching, Learning Community Engagement, and Support for his valued address and continuous support for inclusive teaching and learning. We gratefully acknowledge Ntate Munareng, Director of the Directorate of Language Services, for his leadership and commitment to advancing multilingualism within the institution. Our sincere appreciation is extended to Rahadi Naledi Mbude Mehana, the Deputy Director General from the Department of Basic Education, for her important contribution and engagement with this symposium. I just want to say that we have heard and understood that we need to produce teachers who can teach in the mother tongue, as Unisa produces most of the teachers in South Africa. We commend the Unisa multilingual champions, Rahadi Mohammed from the College of Law, Rahadi Kumalo from the College of Education, and Ntate Muchikwani from the College of Accounting Sciences for showcasing the innovative work being undertaken across the colleges. We also thank Mr. Mukwena and Ms. Murapedi for the meaningful multilingual student responses and Unisa students who attended. This reminded us of the importance of centering students' voices in our multilingual education initiatives. We are honored to acknowledge Ntate Chauke for introducing our international evaluator. And we also convey our appreciation to Dr. Khadit Light Akanu for the insightful reflection and feedback on the College Champion Showcase and for giving us the snippets of about Gambia's multilingual state. Thank you for that. Our gratitude also goes to all participants whose questions, comments, and active engagement enrich the discussions in this symposium. We thank Ntate Makalela for his thoughtful summation of symposium, thanking the champions and indicating that we are moving from theory to practical implementation. And we also thank you for introducing our keynote speaker. Finally, we offer our profound appreciation to Professor Ophelia Garcia for her keynote address and for sharing her internationally recognized expertise on multilingual pedagogies with us. Her contribution has strengthened our understanding of multilingualism as a resource for inclusion, participation, and meaningful learning. Thank you very much, Prof. As we leave this symposium, may we continue to embrace linguistic diversity as a resource rather than a barrier, and may we remain committed to creating spaces where every language and every voice is valued. I wish you safe travels and continued success in your important work. Thank you very much.